Apologies. NSS surveys have. I think I should start from the beginning. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you once again at the National Symposium on how NSS surveys have influenced public policy. NSS surveys have played a critical role in India's economic development. NSS started in the year 1950, and this year currently marks the 75th year of NSS. NSS provides nationally representative data on consumption, employment, health, education, housing, and formal and unincorporated enterprises through carefully designated stratified multi-state samples. For instance, NSS consumption data have underpinned poverty measurement. The periodic labor force survey provides timely labor market indicators, unemployment rates, labor market participation, and worker profiles. Vital jobs for policy and enterprise and informal sector schedules map the backbone of India's non-corporate economy, guiding credit, skilling, and formalization efforts. It is an honor to host this national symposium in collaboration with the Ministry of Statistics and Program Information. This symposium is also part of the 75th year celebration of NSS. We are happy to welcome students, researchers, and faculty from Azim Premji University, the Institute of Social Economic Change and Indian Statistical Institute, Bangalore, our neighboring institutes from Bangalore, and we are thankful for their active participation in the symposium. We also warmly welcome scholars from all other institutes present today. We would like to start the ceremony by inviting our guests to participate in lighting of the lamp. I would request all our guests to proceed first. Thank you, dear dignitaries. I would now like to hand over to Professor Aditya Srinivas, who is faculty in the economics area at IIMB, to introduce our inaugural speakers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. First, I'd like to invite Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, Professor in charge of the new campus and former director of IIM Bangalore, to deliver a welcome address on behalf of the Institute.
Yeah, good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you. I'm delighted that we have the opportunity to host this important national symposium at IIM Bangalore. As some of you might know, IIM Bangalore has a legacy of being closely involved with public policy and management in the public sector. When the institute was started in 1973, that was our focus. Over the years, of course, the institute has become more diverse in its activity, and the MBA program, for example, is much more focused on the corporate sector. But we still retain a very strong interest and presence in public policy and management. We have a Center for Public Policy that was started about 25 years ago. And we also offer a master's program in public policy and management, which again has been running for close to 25 years now. So IIM Bangalore has a very strong commitment to contributing to policy making and everything that's associated with it in India. And obviously, good statistics and good data is the backbone of all public policy making. So I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to host this national symposium here today. I would like to thank the Secretary as well as the Director General for giving us this opportunity. I would also like to mention that I've been very impressed personally by the kind of important dynamic steps the government has taken, particularly under Mr. Garg's leadership, to make sure that there is much greater awareness of the availability of statistics regarding the economy and other facets of the country's growth and progress. All of that has helped all of us, particularly academics, keep abreast of all the improvements that are happening in data collection and the availability of statistics. I'm sure if this is continued and taken forward, it will be of great use to all of us. I'm not an expert on statistics or economics, so I won't say anything about the theme of today's symposium, except to once again welcome all of you here. And I'm sure this will be an important learning opportunity for all of us, as also perhaps some opportunity to give feedback to the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rishi. So now I would now like to introduce Ms. Geeta Singh Rathod, Director General of the National Sample Survey. She was an officer of the Indian Statistical Service in the 1992 batch and has held several key positions, such as working in the National Accounts Division and serving as the Additional Director General at the Household Survey Division of the NSO. I now request Ms. Rathod to deliver the address on behalf of NSS.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. A special welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Ashok Dalwai. Somebody speaks here. And Professor T. Krishnan, Professor Gopal Nayak, members of NSC, my colleagues from National Statistics Office, all our distinguished panelists, and each one of you present here today. Let me begin with a story from the early years of my career about 25 years back. I was on a field visit in a remote village here in Karnataka, working as an assistant director, accompanied by an NSS superintendent, an older gentleman who had spent decades in the field. We had been walking for quite some time in the hot sun. Frustratedly, I asked him how he managed to keep going. And what he said changed my thinking about NSS at that time. Madam, where we are going, government officials hardly ever visit such remote villages. Even their polling booth is far away. We are the only one who comes to their village, and they believe we will take up their matters with the higher authorities. And sometimes we do take it up and help these people. That simple moment more than 2 decades ago taught me that what National Sample Survey stands for. It's not about the government exercise or data set. It's about listening to ordinary Indians. It's about reaching the unseen and unheard. For over 75 years, NSS has played this role of the messenger of the people, I believe. And what we celebrate today is simple but powerful truth. Good data leads to good decision, and good decision changes life. Think of some of our country's most important initiative, from Employment Guarantee Act to the Food Security Act. Each of these draws strength from the clear picture that NSS data painted of people's realities. We moved from guessing to knowing what citizens need. But today is not just about looking back, it is about looking forward. The world around us is changing fast, and we are evolving with it. We are adopting new technologies, smarter methods of data collection, and more open ways of sharing our findings. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are opening new frontiers, from improving data quality and identifying patterns faster to generating real-time insights that help policy respond swiftly to people's need. Yet, even as we start utilizing these tools, our foundation remains the same: the human touch of fieldwork, the trust of respondents, and the commitment of our officers. Technology can help us scale, but integrity and empathy will always guide our purpose. But ultimately, the success of NSS lies not just in collecting numbers, but in helping people finding answers. And that is where all of you come in. Data by itself is just numbers on pages. It is the researchers, the scholars, the policymakers, and the journalists who breathe life into it, turning data into stories and stories into insights and insights into real changes. Today, we have some fascinating discussions ahead on how data can serve as public good and challenge faced by researchers, and how we can ensure that our work remains meaningful and impactful in the years to come. I would like to sincerely thank IIM Bangalore, Azim Premji University, the Institute of Social Change and Economic Change, Social and Economic Change, and ISI Bangalore for their collaboration for bringing together this community of thinkers, doers, and change makers. So let us begin with the open mind and shared purpose. Our doors are always open to your ideas, feedback, and your vision for the future. Let me ensure that NSO continues to be a trusted guide for our nation, helping build a better, more informed future for every Indian. Thank you, and I wish all a very engaging and interesting day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for your address. Now it is my pleasure and an honor to introduce Dr. Saurabh Garg. Dr. Saurabh Garg serves as the Secretary for Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, or MOSPI. Dr. Garg is a 1992 batch IAS officer. He has previously held key positions in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and has served as the Chief Executive Officer of UDAI. Dr. Garg holds a PhD in Economics and Development from Johns Hopkins University, an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, where he was awarded a gold medal for academic excellence and a BTech for IIT from IIT Delhi. So as the Secretary of MOSPI, Dr. Saurabh Garg has played a critical role in transforming NSS. He has championed efforts on accelerating data release timelines, and he has systematized and transformed NSS. So as many of you remember, a few years back, NSS used to be this, legacy, hallowed institution, which is very hard to reach. And there used to be only one round of collection of data, consumption or health, and it used to be very kind of opaque and hard to reach. Now, it is kind of a new avatar of NSS, which is more open, which is more, one thing that is, commendable is this openness to accept challenges in the data and openness to talk about it and thinking about improvements. How can we improve? And a big credit goes to the Secretary, Dr. Garg, in being part of this transformation of NSS and emphasizing transparency and accessibility. So it is again an honor and privilege to host you at IMB, sir. And I invite you to kindly address.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya, for this kind words. Dr. Dalwai, Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Gopal Naik, my colleague Geeta, and of course, all the eminent scholars, researchers, academicians who have taken the time out to come here today. Thank you all for coming. This National Symposium today is it's more of, I would say, a learning for us to get feedback from all of you on what we can do better over the next 5 years. And I'm sure that over the day, given the galaxy of speakers that we have, galaxy of panelists that we have, I'm sure it will be extremely enriching and look forward to it.
Before I start, I must say that it's a pleasure to be sharing a dais with Dr. Ashok Dalwai, who was my first boss 30 years back. So we were together in Kalahandi, and I think we cut our teeth out there in Kalahandi. And it was, and 30 years back, Kalahandi in Orissa was a very different Kalahandi than what it is today. Today, it's the rice bowl of Orissa, which was not the case in the early 90s. It was infamous for things I would rather not remember. So, but we had a wonderful time. I think we did a lot of work, and it's a pleasure, sir, to be again out here. I just discovered that Dr. Krishnan and we are contemporaries from IIT and IIM. So it's a pleasure. And of course, Dr. Gopal Naik is from my alma mater. So have had the pleasure. So it's literally homecoming, though it might be IIM Bangalore. It seems home. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure during the course of the day we will get into what the feedback is, what we are doing. But there are a few things I just want to mention. This year we are celebrating 75 years of the National Sample Survey. It was started in 1950, and in fact, this symposium is part of our 75 years celebration, which we started on National Statistics Day about 6 months back. And since then, we've been having various discussions, seminars, but this is probably the first one that we are looking at, a forward-looking thing, what we want to do, what should NSS be over the next 5 years. And the focus of NSS has always been to fill up data gaps. There have been surveys on migration, on urban slums, on we are doing one on travel and tourism, on given the fact the importance of travel and tourism for the GDP. That's something that we are doing currently. We did one on Ayush, and in fact, would be very happy to get suggestions on data gaps which exist in the socioeconomic, macroeconomic, for data purposes, for research purposes, and which would help also get a better understanding for policymakers that what needs to be done and what needs to be the focus. We have more than 8,000 people on the ground. As Geeta just now mentioned, they go on a daily basis to households, enterprises, and talk to them. And one must give credit that our response rates are over 90, in fact, over 95%. And I think one must thank the Indian citizens, the residents, for responding to these sources, which is extremely important, because if people don't respond, don't answer the questions, we won't be able to get that feedback from them. Way back in 1950, it was mentioned that this is the biggest and most comprehensive sampling inquiry ever undertaken in any country in the world. And I believe it continues even now, that no country does the kind of sampling that we do. We do 4 lakhs individuals for the public, for the periodic labor force survey, and now that comes out monthly. We do about 5 lakh establishments under the ASUS, the survey of unincorporated sector enterprises, more than 2.5 lakhs for the household consumption expenditure survey. All told, every year about 2 crore households or establishments are visited on a sample basis across the country. And that is what leads to the depth and the robustness of the surveys and the relative standard errors being so low. Being in an environment of researchers, you understand that. So it's very important that the RSE remains low, and that can only happen with the sample size. In fact, from this year, we now have provisions to have district level estimates. We were up till now only at the national level and at the state level in some cases. So what we have now changed our sampling methodology, the first stage sampling, the sampling designs, etc., to ensure that we can bring out robust district level estimates. But that we want to do only in conjunction with the state governments, because there has to be skin in the game for the state governments, because that's where a lot of the policy insights would come, and that we are working with them. Um, the focus, obviously, as was mentioned, if the data exists, it has to help in policy making. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister in April this year on National Civil Services Day mentioned that every civil servant should focus on data-driven decision making. He gave a lot of emphasis of that one must use data and move towards data-driven decision making. And I must say that the tagline of our ministry is data for development. I mean, data for its own sake is fair enough. There's some value to it, but it's will be only useful if we use it for evidence-based policy making, if we can have interventions which are focused on that. And I must say, there have been many such interventions. For example, just last year's in the budget, you must have seen about setting up a large number of working women hostels, setting up of a large number of creches. And they all flowed out from the fact that the women labor force participation rates are so low. And the PLFS showed that what are the reasons why women are not moving into the workforce. And that's some. Obviously, these measures, and I'm just quoting one of them, there'll be hundreds, I can quote others. But the fact remains that as long as this data that we collect is used for policy making, and that can only be used for policy making when researchers like you draw the insights from that, combine different data sets together, and move towards that. Our focus remains on making, number one, the data sets available with lesser time lags. Now we have, earlier it used to take 8-9 months or even a year for the data to come out. We've now put the protocols in place that if it's a monthly figure, it must come out within 15 days or 15 to 30 days, depending on what the type of data is. If it's a quarterly, within 45 days, 45 to 60 days at most. And if it's yearly, within 90 days of the end of the data collection or the end of the period. Because data, if it's not timely, it loses its relevance. We are focusing on improving frequency of our estimates. PLFS is now monthly. ASUS is now quarterly, which was used to be a year earlier. We are looking at what other data gaps exist. From next year, we have the annual survey of service sector enterprises, given the large proportion, and hopefully we'll have an index for service production also. We have a forward-looking capital investment CapEx survey that we do with the enterprises. Dr. Bhalla is here. We are working with their team, with the expert group on whether we can do an income survey, and we hope to do it from early next year. There are these surveys, and we would be very, very happy. We are doing a survey on common property resources because urban areas, there are parks, a host of. Sorry, did I cut something? It's okay. Okay. So there are a host of such areas that migration I spoke of. Granularity, I mentioned about having district level focus. We also focused on increasing use of technology. Now we don't have any pen and paper surveys. Everything is done on a CAPI, on a tablet, so that there's some real-time validation checks available on the software and the data can be uploaded directly. So it reduces the processing times. A focus is on dissemination through electronic means. I don't know whether you've seen a revised e-Sankheki portal. Or the microdata portal has been revised. And our objective is to bring more and more data of other ministries onto e-Sankheki so that one place and develop API access so you can pick it up so much easily from there. And of course, one other focus is on having greater research collaborations with institutions like here, whether it's the Azim Premji Institute, the ISEC, Statistical Institute, or IIM Bangalore, and a host of others. We look forward to and if you have a research proposal, please do let us know. We would love to be able to fund that and try and see what data cap that we can do. Going forward, obviously, we hope to look at how we can develop the linkages between data sets. And that's a major work that we are doing on harmonizing of data sets across ministries. The data has to be interoperable, it has to be comparable, it needs to speak to each other, it has to be machine readable. And that's the focus that we have with other ministries. In fact, the Cabinet Secretariat and the Prime Minister's office are fully involved in this, because data, and rightly so, may not be the highest priority for any of the other ministries, but it's extremely essential that the data, and there's a lot of administrative data available with the ministries. So our focus is how we can harmonize it so that it's available on their websites in a machine readable form, in a form where you have uniform classification standards which are used, where you have a metadata which has been explained clearly, so that one can pick it up through APIs, put it on our e-Sankiki or pick it up. So that's a major area. There are changes in the labor economy which are happening, the gig economy, platform economy. In fact, the base revisions that we are going to be launching early next year would reflect the change structure of the economy, because the digital economy has become so much more larger. The type of data that we have available has improved. The frequency of that data has improved. So all that we hope to reflect in the revised GDP, CPI, and the IIP calculations. And of course, AI is something that is all prevalent. How can we use AI? And AI and data, I think, are made for each other, provided the data is in a format which is AI ready. So a lot of the efforts of harmonization of data is to ensure that it can be read through AI models, algorithms, so that actual true official data is available for through AI mechanisms also. But I'm sure there would be changes in sampling methods, technologies, which we would love to get feedback on. And we hope to continue to do these stakeholder consultations, because I think it helps us immensely to ensuring that the data that we collect remains relevant and of use. So with these words, thank you all for taking your time today to come, and look forward to an engaging day throughout. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garg. Some of these initiatives are truly inspiring. I mean, there's one thing that we researchers really appreciate is also certainty. There's a very key change that has happened in NSSO is before we didn't know when the data was being released. Suddenly it used to come up, and so there is a lot of uncertainty for our research planning. And now NSS releases a 2-year data release calendar. I mean, for any organization to say that this is going to be my deliverables for the next 2 years and make it public, it needs some courage. So thank you very much for these initiatives. And now it is my pleasure to introduce my mentor, Professor Gopal Nayak. Professor Gopal Nayak is the chairperson of the Center for Public Policy, and also the Jal Jeevan Mission Chair Professor at IIMB. I now request Professor Nayak to share a few thoughts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome you on behalf of Center for Public Policy. This is a 25th year of Center for Public Policy. We have been celebrating Silver Jubilee events, and this is certainly a very important event for the center. NSS survey, as we know, gives a tremendous amount of inputs for public policy making, and particularly for the social sectors. And most of our faculty members at the center are working on social sectors like health, education, environment, agriculture, and so on. So that we have a lot of interest in making sure that the data is good and can be used to address many questions in the social sector. My own experience in dealing with the NSS data is actually in 1986, when in the World Bank, the lead economist came to me with a book of data. That time, of course, it was not digitized and so on, and this was 1983 data. So there were 3 years gap at that time, and thank you, Dr. Garg, to make these things available within 90 days. That's going to be really a great facilitation. So that time it used to take almost 3 years to get the data set. And the institutions like World Bank used to be the first one to get hold of, because they had the computing powers and so on. So that was much more sought. Of course, there was also policy based on those data and so on. And of course, it has been always very important to some of these surveys. And at that time, when you look around the world, different countries and so on, I think our country had the best data as far as the consumption survey is concerned. So so continuing with that and improving upon this particular exercise is it's a really a great work of the ministry, and the kind of innovation and kind of improvements that have been made is truly it is admirable, and it's going to help many of our researchers in various academic institutions. In fact, many people actually make their career based on these data sets. If given a good data set, individual researchers would spend all their careers in really looking at what insights that one can get, which can help in policy making. Most of our faculty members, as I said, at the center, basically work on evidence-based research in public policy. And for that, of course, the key thing is, it's not just a theoretical research, but, empirical research, and therefore you need data. So that's where the NSSO survey kind of data is very, very helpful for us. It's, a good quality data is almost half the research done. And actually collect data, the primary data is an enormous exercise. If you go to the field and really collect the household data, then you would know the kind of course, many of you must have experienced it, but it's a huge task, and we should really appreciate and also contribute in whatever way is possible to the ministry in order to strengthen this process, so that we have a quality data available to our researchers. So as we know, in any good research, there is a theoretical framework, there's a model that's emerging from the theoretical framework, and then you need data to analyze or estimate the parameters and so on. And so the data availability is a critical requirement, and the quality of the data actually determines the kind of inputs that we are going to generate. So in fact, the necessary condition of a good research result is basically a good quality data. Even if you don't use very sophisticated model, you may be able to use summary statistics, mean variance and so on, but still get a very good insights from the data. But let's say if the data is bad, then we can't really do much out of any research. You may have a sophisticated model, but again, it's not going to be very useful. In fact, in our own programs here, especially for the civil servants and so on, we emphasize on the data-driven decision making, Dr. Garg. And when they go to collect data, in fact, many of them go back to their own department so that it's much easier to access data. But again, they also find problems. It's not easy to get data from the departments. So, they would like to, they have to contact their batchmates, maybe the subordinates, the superiors, and so on, in order to really get access to data. And later, then afterwards, they also realize that, data quality is very important, and how they have been collected, whether there are enough description of the data itself available or not. So these are things which are very important for doing research. And MOSPI has over a period of time has come up with very good description of the data, and also not only the scientific sampling methods but also controls on the data collection methodology, which has helped in improving the quality of the data to a large extent. So we should be thankful to the ministry, and we would like to support, as a research community, would like to support the ministry as much as possible in terms of improving the quality of the data that is being generated. In fact, the presence of the secretary and the DG itself shows that their interest in improving the data collection process, data availability process, access itself, and so on. And we are very thankful to them. And I'm sure, with today's discussion, deliberation is going to generate very interesting insights as well as important suggestions, which can be utilized in the further rounds of data collection by the ministry. So I would like to thank you all once again, and hope that there will be it will be a very productive deliberation for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nayak. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Dalwai. Dr. Dalwai is currently the chairman of the Institute of Social Economic Change, ISEC, Bangalore, and chairman of Karnataka Agriculture Price Commission. Dr. Dalwai is a dedicated and committed professional with more than 40 years of career in All India services. He is a native of Belagavi, Karnataka. Dr. Dalwai is a 1984 batch IAS officer. He has served in different capacities at both field and policy formulation stages in Odisha and Karnataka, as well as Government of India. At the senior level, he has held several important and critical positions, including as secretary and principal secretary in the departments of industries, steel, mines and textiles, agriculture, and water resources. I now request Dr. Dalwai to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, everyone here. My dear younger friend, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Dr. Geeta, Professor Rishikesh, Professor Gopal Naik, and of course, I recognize Professor Sujit Bhalla and the director too. So thank you very much for giving me this unique opportunity and privilege. The only credential that I presume for my invitation here is that we work together. Saurav and his wife Anu were my sub-collectors way back in 92, and I could not have had the services of better officers than them. And it's very nice to see that both of them have risen to the top of bureaucracy and continue to serve the country. So thank you, Saurav, for giving me this opportunity. Let me first begin by congratulating you for commemorating the 75th anniversary of the National Sample Survey through a series of events across our country. And initially, as we all know, National Sample Survey organization that focused on rural India, when it began in 1950, gradually expanded to cover urban areas from the third round of survey in 1951. A major milestone was its organization as an autonomous body under the Department of Statistics in 1970. This is very important. Autonomy of the institute is very important. Consolidating various functions under one umbrella. The restructuring led to methodological innovations, formalized survey cycles, and eventually the merger with Central Statistics Office in 2019, that is very recent history, forming the National Statistical Office, while continuing to serve as a backbone for India's statistical system. NSSO's historical significance lies in its systematic collection and dissemination of large-scale socioeconomic data, which remains central to policy planning and evaluation in our country. As we all are aware, India's panoply of data and its integrity are globally recognized and respected. We should be very proud of this. Clive Humby, a distinguished mathematician and an entrepreneur, he famously declared, "Data is the new oil." This was amply stressed by our secretary. The powerful statement underscores the extraordinary value of data in our modern world. As we progress through the fourth industrial revolution, rather we are now beginning to talk fifth industrial revolution, we are witnessing groundbreaking advancements in artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, Internet of Things, cloud computing, and so on, all of which are fundamentally driven by data. But what is it that truly makes a mere numeric entry so valuable? That's important. When we delve deeper, we find that data is much more than just numbers. It serves as a powerful tool for understanding our past, present, and future. Each data point tells a story, offering insights that not only share our history but also aid in predicting the future. From a social science perspective, data is instrumental in deepening our understanding of the nation's demographics, economic performance, and social dynamics. Each entry captures the distinct narrative of households, revealing their lifestyles and the challenges they confront. Collectively, this data paints a comprehensive portrait of our society, providing critiques, insights for policymakers, economists, and statisticians as they address the grassroots level issues and formulate effective solutions. Although the process may be lengthy, it ultimately contributes to societal advancement. One significant data set that offers valuable insights into the nation's status in its multiple avatars is the National Sample Survey. Unlike the census, which is conducted once in a decade across the country, the NSS is carried out every 5 years in relation to various subjects like household consumption, employment, unemployment, education, health, and so on. It utilizes stratified multi-stage sampling to represent a diverse array of states and union territories. Before we delve into the deep domain of NSS, National Sample Surveys, it would be advisable to contextualize it vis-a-vis the organization behind it, and that is the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. This ministry was founded on October 15, 1999, so it's just about 25 years. Following the merger of the Department of Statistics and the Department of Program Implementation. So this comprises two primary wings, as we see, the National Statistical Office, NSO, and the Program Implementation Wing. That means both are extremely organically linked, and that's important. It has come under one ministry. Subsequently, in 2006, a commission was established based on the Rangarajan Commission's recommendations, which led to the creation of the National Statistical Commission, which is the apex body. It serves as a guardian. Now, reverting to the all-important National Statistical Office, NSO, it must be remembered that this is where the data work commences. It consists of Central Statistical Office, CSO, Data Informatics and Innovation Division, and National Sample Survey Office. There are so three wings within that. However, the two important pillars of the statistical system of the Central Statistical Office and, of course, the National Sample Survey Office, for which all of us are gathered here. First, let me talk a little bit about CSO. It is a very important job to do. It brings together all the different statistical activities happening across the country. Imagine trying to coordinate multiple teams from every state to appreciate the complexity of coordination and the giganticity of the tasks on hand. The CSO helps keep everything organized and ensures that we follow high standards in every survey or report that we produce. The CSO helps in collecting and putting together some of the key numbers of our country. These include national accounts, reports on industrial production and consumer price indices. But it does not stop here. The CSO is also involved in gathering and sharing statistics about how our country is developing, about social trends, this is very important, about gender differences, and about our environment, amongst other aspects. Whether we are measuring progress for women and men or the state of the environment, the CSO makes it sure that these numbers are accurate and meaningful. If this is what the CSO does, then what does NSSO do? NSSO goes into the field, the foot soldiers. It is like the nation's data detective. The NSSO team, of course, privacy is also maintained. It's not just a detective. The NSSO teams travel across India, visiting cities, towns, and villages, collecting raw primary data through household surveys. These household surveys are wide-ranging. They ask about where people work, where they earn, how they live, their status of health, and many other important issues relating to the human society. And why is this important? It is important because it is only done by talking to people directly. That's important. That we can truly understand everyone's real situation, rich and poor, urban and rural. The NSSO covers a wide range of surveys. It manages data collection, straddling the domains of annual survey of industries. It studies on unincorporated sector. This is very important. Unincorporated sector. There is a lot of enterprises are there in that domain. Socioeconomic conditions and labor force surveys. It also tackles surveys on services, consumption, price trends, and the reality of daily economic life in both rural and urban India. So the ministry, of course, which supervises all these things, thematically looks at, of course, national account statistics, industry statistics, economic census, national sample surveys, sustainable development goals presently, program implementation, and so on. For all this work to be done, we certainly need an apex body that I talked about, and therefore we have the National Statistical Commission, which ensures that everything is coordinated and it goes about smoothly. The commission, of course, also recommends, this is important, it recommends improvements on how surveys are done. There has to be continuous improvement, suggesting better methods to make sure the data we generate is accurate and trustworthy. When new surveys are designed, the National Statistical Commission approves several technical details, like the sample design, the way in which people or households are to be selected for the survey. It approves the concepts and definitions used. This concept definition is very important. For example, when we look at farmer suicide, I remember the kind of complexity that we have to go into to see whether it was really a suicide related to hunger, was it something else. So what we must remember is that the job does not stop here. The National Statistical Commission approves studies aimed at improving survey methodologies, data collections, data processing, and even how the data is shared with the public. Once the surveys are complete and before the results go public, the NSC reviews and approves the reports for release, ensuring quality and reliability. In short, we must remember that the NSC plays the role of a guardian and advisor, always keeping a vigil to ensure that our statistical system is strong, accurate, and relevant for the needs of the nations. Since all of us here are gathered to celebrate the 75th year of the National Sample Survey. Let us toast to this organization, NSSO, the key player in the world of data collection. To truly appreciate its significance, we need to delve into its origins and understand the journey that brought it to where it today is. Let's go back to the year 1950, a very important time in India's statistical journey. It was then that the Directorate of National Sample Survey, or NSS, was established under the guidance of Professor C. Mahalanobis. All of us must really pay tribute to him. And support, of course, from our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. The goal was to gather detailed information on our country's socio-economic condition through carefully designed sample surveys. In those early days, the Directorate focused mainly on fieldwork, sending teams out across the country to collect data directly from the people and households. However, many other important tasks, such as finalizing how samples would be chosen, designing the survey questionnaires, preparing training materials for the field staff, processing of the data collected, and compiling reports were done by the Indian Statistical Institute. So this is also time to pay tribute to ISI. Madam is sitting here. This is where Professor Mahalanobis, known as the father of India statistics, was surveying at that point of time. The division of labor worked well for a time, but as the need for a greater efficiency and unity grew, in March 1970, the Directorate of NSS was reorganized and came to be transformed into the National Sample Survey Organization, a unified government body. From then on, all aspects of work, from survey design to data processing, have come under one roof. Over the years, national sample survey rounds have been conducted across country, and they fall into the domains of quinquennial and decennial surveys. Let us survey some of the recent rounds to understand where they belong. I think that's very important for us to get some insights into this and what improvements can be done. For appreciating the influence of our national sample survey on the policy framework. So now coming to the quinquennial surveys, which is done every 5 years. It happens once in 5 years and primarily focuses on data that needs regular updating for better policy and economic analysis. The 68th round, for example, July 2011 to June 2012, stands out as a crucial quinquennial survey covering employment and unemployment, as well as household consumer expenditure. Part of a long tradition where quinquennial surveys focus on employment, unemployment, and consumer expenditure, providing comprehensive recurring data essential for labor market and economic assessments. Other NSS rounds, like 67th round and the 73rd round, they investigated unincorporated non-agricultural enterprises in manufacturing, trade, and services, which align with the quinquennial survey objectives, giving us insights into the informal enterprise sector, which the secretary was talking about. Now we are going to talk about gig workers also. So in contrast, the decennial surveys conduct once every year, 10 years, usually cover broader indicators that require periodic but less frequent assessment. The 70th round, January to December 2013, was a decennial survey focusing on land and livestock holdings. And my own experience is that as working on doubling farmers' income, this was the most useful data that we could rely upon. And investment alongside an important situation assessment survey. SAS is very important for the farmer's perspective. These larger socio-economic factors naturally require a decadal snapshot. Apart from these fixed intervals, we also have special purpose surveys. We also have important thematic surveys, which are special purpose, which do not fit neatly into any of these, what I spoke about. The 70th round, July 2022 to June 2023, very recent one, covered sustainable development goal indicators and traditional Indian medicine systems. I think it's the new part that you have broken actually, including Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and so on, homeopathy also. The 75th round, 2017-18, looked at the healthcare system. The 72nd round, July 2014 to June 2015, focused on domestic tourism, expenditure and household expenditure on services and durable goods. The 71st round, January to June 2014, studied social consumption in health and education. The 69th round took a closer look at housing conditions, drinking water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. And we're all aware how all these things have led to new initiatives in our country. All these rounds have been providing valuable insights to the policymakers, economists, and researchers. The way data collection is done is awe-inspiring. Before I draw down the curtains on my talk, let's examine the usage of NSSO data for public policy and the influence they yield. It is no gainsaying that the NSSO data has a significant impact on public policy in India, acting as a backbone for evidence-based decision-making and planning in various sectors. Dr. Gopal Naik was talking about the quality of data. Garbage in, garbage out. However sophisticated our statistical tool is, if you don't have data integrity, it's absolutely of no use. NSSO conducts nationwide surveys and employment we have talked about. It looks at poverty, health, education, etc. The examples of NSSO data usage in public policy in India, I would cite a few cases. Poverty estimation is very important. NSSO consumer expenditure surveys help in determining poverty lines and assess poverty levels countrywide, guiding targeted welfare programs and subsidies. For instance, the debate and revision of poverty lines in the mid-2000s, we can all go back what happened at that point of time, relied extensively on NSSO data, leading to reformed policies addressing rural-urban poverty more realistically. The NSSO 2017-18 Consumption Expenditure Survey showed an unexpected decline in rural consumption. See how the data also brings about not the negative aspect, the real situation. It showed a decline in rural consumption, leading to public debate, policy reconsiderations, and greater emphasis on rural demand stimulus in budgeting. Periodic NSSO surveys on employment and unemployment provide vital labor market indicators to devise skill development, rural employment schemes like NREGA, and job creation policies. Data on health access and disability prevalence from NSSO surveys shape social security, health insurance, disability, and so on. NSSO health expenditure surveys have highlighted out-of-pocket expenses. This was just never thought of, the out-of-pocket expenses and the financial burden of healthcare and households. These insights have supported expansions of health insurance coverage and proposals for universal health schemes. Now, India boasts of universal healthcare system, which is comparable to anywhere in the world. Surveys on housing conditions and access to amenities inform housing policy, urban development, and rural infrastructure programs. On the agriculture, of course, it talks about it collects data on inputs, output, and informal enterprises that help design agriculture support programs, credit access, and rural livelihood initiatives. And on retail prices, it supports inflation measurement and monetary policies, which are very critical for us. So what I find is that there is a cafeteria of activities that actually it covers. Besides this, of course, there's a real-time granular NSSO statistics that guide local, state, and national governments to design, monitor, and recalibrate welfare schemes and sustainable development goal progress on the action points. Reliable representative data from NSSO helps policymakers understand prevailing conditions and identify societal challenges, shaping interventions in sectors like health, education, and rural development. The findings are used to evaluate existing policies, assess their effectiveness, and redesign programs for better outcomes. The central and state governments depend on NSSO reports for budget allocations, welfare initiatives, and targeted developmental schemes. It also informs special surveys, as we talked about housing, etc. And there's, of course, a continuous methodological study that is monitored and improvements effected. It involves stakeholders such as resident welfare associations, which is a very progressive step. Boosts survey participation and ensures representative samples, improving the reliability of data, which is essential for planning and policy formulations. Various government agencies and planning bodies like Niti Aayog use NSSO data to monitor trends, review programs, and address regional disparities in development. Strong data governance ensures harmonized, reliable, and context-specific insights for policymakers, maximizing development impact on all scales. Talking a bit about a sampling design, we should remember that it is a method that helps ensure the information we get is accurate and truly representative of India's diverse population. NSSO uses something called a stratified multi-stage sampling design for its socio-economic surveys. What does that mean? Simply put, it is well-organized, step-by-step process that helps select which areas and households to survey, and this system greatly improves the data quality. And I've seen in my other role as the chairman of Price Commission, whatever we do, the farmers are never happy. They always tell that your methodology is wrong, you're not getting the accurate data, and we tend to agree with them any time. So apart from this, what does NSSO do? The most notable characteristic is that NSSO keeps its surveys relevant and useful over time. The questionnaire is not set in stone. That is important. It is always dynamic. It undergoes revisions from time to time because our economy, society, and the issues we face are always changing. The surveys must therefore keep pace with the changes and ongoing debates. For example, back in 1999-2000, to quote an example, the Employment Unemployment Survey was updated to include new questions about the informal sector and informal employment. This was a crucial step because a large part of India's workforce is engaged in informal jobs, and understanding this can help shape better policies. So this is it. We must appreciate the dynamic attitude that NSS organization actually practices. But updating existing surveys is just one part. The NSS also introduces entirely new surveys to address contemporary issues as they emerge, making sure we have fresh data and the topics that matter most today. So I'm sharing some of this to share that as we celebrate 75th year, you are contemporary and also being futuristic. Okay. So now, after having sung paeans of praise, let's also look at some of the critical aspects where I guess that's what the secretary wanted, that we should be sharing with him areas where we can make some improvements. As mentioned, the NSSO data boasts of some impressive features, yet it falls short in several areas. Enhancing these aspects could significantly increase the data's usability. The limitations are that the one that I want to share with you is that many of the surveys we rely on are, as I said, quinquennial or decennial, and few of them only are outside this ambit. What does this mean? It means we face inherent challenges when trying to understand annual trends without making assumptions based on past information. So can we have more flexibility in this? Now, you might think that repeating these surveys every 5 or 10 years would give us clarity over time. But here is a problem. In most cases, we cannot be certain whether the data relates to the same individual or an enterprise. This uncertainty prevents us from building a robust panel or time series data, limiting our ability to track true economic progress. The problem is compounded when data rounds are not repeated. For example, we collected data on all informal enterprises across different subsectors back in 1999-2000. This was the first such comprehensive effort made, and yet it was never repeated in the same form later on. This makes comparing past findings with today's economic realities extremely difficult. While surveys of the unorganized manufacturing sector have been around for a long time, the NSSO only started serving unorganized service enterprises in 2001-2 and continued until 2006-7. Crucially, during those surveys, one major subsector, namely trade, both wholesale and retail, were not included. I don't know if I'm right, but this is what the review of literature tells us. Then in 2010-11, the NSSO merged the unorganized manufacturing and service sectors in a single survey. But between the last unorganized service survey and that merged round, there was a 4-year gap. And to complicate matters further, an unexpected unemployment survey was conducted in 2011-12. These inconsistencies disrupt established quinquennial patterns and create major constraints for anyone attempting to construct a pseudo panel given the irregular time intervals. And after more than a decade, there is finally a survey of unincorporated enterprises in 2010-11. It was limited only to manufacturing and services, excluding other vital sectors. This is concerning because in the later half of the last decade, the decade before that, the construction sector accounted for the highest employment growth of all broad sectors. But the NSSO has never conducted a dedicated survey on construction. Similarly, sectors such as electricity, gas, water supply, even mining and quarrying have never received attention from the NSSO despite their economic importance, particularly now. Perhaps the biggest limitation of all is the lack of consistency in raw data presentation across the survey rounds. Take the 61st round employment and employment survey from 2004-5. Each text data file contains only a subset of states. This means we are forced to merge files both in terms of observations and variables just to use them. And if that were not enough, sometimes NSSO's population figures do not match the census figures. So that consistency is also important. In such cases, we must adjust NSSO estimates by multiplying them by the ratio of the census population to the NSSO's population data, an extra layer of manual correlation before analysis can even begin. In summary, while the NSSO has contributed valuable insights over decades, these gaps, inconsistencies, and omissions significantly limit our ability to form a complete and accurate picture of India's economic trajectory. And if we are truly to understand the changing dynamics of informal enterprises, unorganized sectors, and employment trends, these flaws must be addressed. Before I close, I would like to once again congratulate the Secretary and the Director General for having organized a series of events across the country. This kind of discussion interface would certainly be improving the quality of the high standard that our organization is already maintaining. With inputs from a cross-section of society, I'm sure that the National Sample Survey will get more resilient and robust, and also contemporary and futuristic, in service of our nation's policy formulations and growth towards realizing the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047. It came 1947, came natural to me, but 2047 is a Viksit Bharat. So thank you very much, friends. I hope I have not bored you too much, but thank you so much, Saurabh. It is a pleasure, seeing him again. Of course, we kept meeting, and our paths have been crossing all the time. We worked in UIDAI. He succeeded after I left UIDAI, and we were together in Delhi. So thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you very much, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Now I now request Professor Gopal Naik to felicitate and offer a token of gratitude to Ms. Geeta Singh Rathod, DG of NSS. So on the occasion of Dasra, we are giving Mysore Palace. I request Rishi to felicitate and offer a token of gratitude to Dr. Saurabh Garg. Yeah, I request Professor Rishi also to felicitate and offer a token of gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Dalwai. I think we'll take a group picture. Okay. So we will now have a short networking break. We'll come back at around 11 o'clock. So there's some coffee and biscuits. So we just planned a group photo. If you can just walk that side, we are having a group photo outside the auditorium. So we'll just take a quick group photo and then have some coffee and biscuits. Thank you so much. Yeah. Has to be 11 o'clock.
Okay, we will now proceed with our day's program. Our next session is New Initiatives That Have Transformed the NSSO. Mr. Salil Kumar will be presenting in this session. Mr. Salil Kumar Mukhopadhyay is an officer of the Indian Statistical Service from the 1966 batch and is presently serving as Additional Director General, Enterprise Survey Division in MOSPI. He has decades of experience in the field of official statistics, survey design, and data management across various domains. Under his leadership, ENSD has been actively engaged in strengthening data networks, thereby supporting evidence-based policymaking. I now request Mr. Salil to deliver his presentation.
Thank you. Very good morning, and I welcome all the eminent participants to this session of the symposium. True appreciation of the present critically hinges upon our understanding of the past. So I will talk a bit of the past of NSS and how did it transform to this dynamic format. A few years back, prior to 1950, Professor Prasanth Chandra Mahalanobis, the father of statistics in India, had been exploring the possibility of including statistics as one of the section in the Indian National Science Congress. He got the feedback that some of the scientists had remarked, if statistics is to have a section, one may as well have a section on astrology. The professor lamented, evidently, statistics and astrology were bracketed together in the minds of many of our scientists. Since then, the perception about statistics has changed. Nowadays, statistics is recognized as an agent of change of the economy, of the society, of the lives of the people. In this session of the symposium, I will highlight how National Sample Survey and the statistical landscape that it creates have transformed through exponentially increased application of innovation and initiative. 75 years ago, the event that led to the birth of National Sample Survey was the constitution of National Income Committee under the chairmanship of Professor Mahalanobis with Professor D.R. Gadgil and Professor V.K. Arve Rao as members. The committee identified lack of adequate statistical information for national income estimates. To fill such data gaps using sample surveys, National Sample Survey was established in 1950. The evolutionary history of NSS, covering a period of 75 years, starting from 1950 to 2025, can be split in 5 phases. The first phase covers the period from 1950 to 1971. This was the formative period and the stabilization period of sample surveys, when execution of NSS was within Indian Statistical Institute. In this period, primarily, sample surveys were undertaken to estimate household consumption expenditure, employment, unemployment, and enterprise surveys, both for the organized sector as well as for unorganized sector to improve the national income estimates. The second phase covers a period from 1972 to 2012. This period is characterized by the dominance of the quinquennial rounds of employment, unemployment, and consumer expenditure survey, for which actually NSS is known and famous worldwide. This was the period of rigidly structured survey programs, wherein we followed a 10-year survey cycle. Of this 10-year, one was the decennial round of All India Debt and Investment Survey and Land and Livestock Holding Survey. 2 quinquennial surveys were conducted in this period of 10 years. One period was the survey of the household social consumption on education and health. 4 rounds were preserved for surveys on enterprises. And 2 were open rounds. Please note, 2 were open rounds to accommodate the requests of different ministries and departments. We got in the previous session an indication of how restrictive NSS was in accommodating the request. This is a fact. In the quinquennial rounds, lots of developments took place. One was the adoption of the recommendation of the Dantwala Committee on Unemployment Estimates, which was constituted by the then Planning Commission for undertaking the labor force surveys. Still in PLFS, we follow broadly some of those recommendations. Another was, we experimented on finding the optimum reference period for generating the estimates of the household consumption expenditure. Some of us may be knowing there is uniform reference period, modified reference period, and then mixed modified reference period, which we presently use. These quinquennial rounds, though very important source of data it generated, it had serious limitations. Survey was conducted once every 5 years. After the end of the field work, huge amount of time was required to process the data and release the results. This was primarily due to the paper mode of data collection, physical movement of the schedules from the FOD, Field Operations Division, regional offices, to the 6 data processing centers, and huge amount of post-survey data cleaning exercises. Consequently, pressure was mounting of NSS to produce high-frequency labor market data, regular production of labor market data. The third phase of this evolution took place during 2013 to 2017. This period witnessed vigorous experimentation to firm up the methodology to produce high-frequency labor market data, to start with quarterly for the urban areas and annual for the rural and urban areas. In this period, the rotation sampling design to be adopted for PLFS was developed and later on was adopted in periodic labor force survey to estimate the change indicators of the labor market, which we are now also doing. And some attempts were made to digitize the survey process, which we never attempted earlier. The fourth phase covered the period from 2018 to 2023. This was the period of digitization of NSS survey processes. It started initially with the adoption of the World Bank Cap, which had to be abrogated midway because of the migration-related issues resulting from version change. And finally, in 2019, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation launched the survey process, the digital platform known as eSigma. The 2 important modules of the digital platform, one is the computer-assisted personnel interviewing, and another is the web portal. These 2 led to completely doing away with the paper mode of data collection. It saved lots of time in validating the data collected, and it created capacity for the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation for NSS to take up additional surveys on diverse fields simultaneously. In this period of 2018 to 2023, NSS undertook some important projects. For the first time in NSS, a full-fledged pan-India time use survey was conducted. For the first time in NSS, an annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises was launched. And for the first time in NSS, the entire methodology for the household consumption expenditure was overhauled by splitting the bulky schedule of nearly 400 items into 3 sub-questionnaires. One for collection of information on food, pan, tobacco, intoxicants. Another was for collection of information on services. And the third sub-questionnaire was for collection of information on durable goods used by the households. These 3 sub-questionnaires are to be administered to the same household in 3 consecutive visits, ranging a period of 3 months in a completely randomized fashion to improve response quality and to reduce informant burden. The 5th phase in this evaluation covers the last 2 years, 2024 and 2025. This is a new era for NSS. In this period, we saw the extreme level of innovation infused in survey administration and initiatives undertaken to make the surveys more relevant by meeting not only the current data needs, but also the potential data needs of the users. The change in the survey administration happened on many aspects. First was 2 product-based divisions have been created in NSS. One to manage the household surveys, known as Household Survey Division, and another to manage the enterprise surveys, known as Enterprise Survey Division. Survey administration has been modified to ensure higher level of participation by the states by modifying the sample design in one aspect, by creating opportunities to provide technical and infrastructural support to the states to enable generation of more granular data at the sub-state level. Survey administration has been modified on the technological front also. In the computer-assisted personnel interviewing, in the CAPI, this has been made more agile by making provision to mount or dismount specific modules of the questionnaire mid-survey to allow better survey content management. CAPI also has been modified to allow the enumerator, the field enumerator, to submit the schedules either for household or for enterprises as and when the survey completed. This allowed the incremental submission of the units, which improves the efficiency of data validation. We have undertaken a lot of initiatives. These initiatives are primarily aimed at higher level of interaction with our stakeholders. These stakeholders are our general informants, gated communities, industry representatives, industry associations. We hold, apart from these types of seminars, data user conference after the release of results of every round. We hold symposiums. We interact with them at the local level, at different regional offices and sub-regional offices spread across the country. We have nearly 160 to 170 locations where our offices are located, and we interact with the industry representatives through roundtable conferences and on other occasions before and after the start of the survey. We have also taken initiative to take feedback from the different ministries, from different stakeholders to improve the survey questionnaire, the survey instruments. For this, we publish our survey instruments, the draft survey instrument in the public domain. And we request the researchers, the ministries, and stakeholders to provide suggestion on that so that we know what the current data demand is, and we can accordingly incorporate those data demands in our surveys. The year 2024 and 25 has been a year of development for NSS. In these 2 years, we launched a series of surveys which we never did earlier. In the year 2024, we launched an annual survey of the forward-looking private corporate sector CapEx investment intention. In the year 2025, we have launched a survey to understand the travel habits of the households. We are also undertaking short-term surveys ranging for a period of 3 months to generate quick estimates, whether for the telecom sector or for some understanding of the private tuition expenditure and extent of private tuition in the country through education survey. We have developed methodology to launch new surveys in the year 2026. We have tested the methodology and farmed up the methodology to conduct a survey on incorporated service sector enterprises. Presently, NSS does not have any data on that. We have developed the methodology to undertake household income survey, for which we have constituted a technical expert group, and Professor Surjit Bhalla sir is the chairperson who is present here. This will be launched in January 2026, February 2026, to find the distribution of the income of the households, as well as the impact of technology on earnings. NSS has evolved and is still evolving. But what is the impact of these initiatives, of these innovations on the economy and on the country? 4 direct impact can be evaluated, can be enumerated. First is more and better data for effective policy making and decision taking. Just to understand how more or how better are we, let me take you to the first round of NSS conducted during October 1950 to March 1951. At that time, 1,833 villages were surveyed out of 5.6 lakh villages at that time. And to tabulate the data, special arrangements were made to hire special tabulating machines from New York, IBM. Presently, NSS in a typical round surveys 20,000 to 25,000 first-stage units. And as we have heard earlier, in household consumption survey, we nearly surveyed 2.5 lakh households. In annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises, we survey 5 lakh enterprises. Previously, we used to undertake 2 to 3 subjects in a particular round, maximum 3. Presently, core subjects we cover in any round, in any period, nearly 10 subjects. Second benefit is better tracking the economy. 10 years back, we had only one annual series of estimates, that is for the registered manufacturing sector from annual survey of industries. 8 years back, we have added labor market indicators as an annual series through PLFS. 4 years back, we have added annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises. 1 year back, in 2024, we have added an annual survey of CapEx investment intentions. In 2026, we will be adding an annual survey of incorporated service sector enterprises. This regularity of data creates the potential to regularly monitor the economy better. Third benefit for the economy, for the country, is comprehensive understanding of the economy. To understand the economy comprehensively, we need a comprehensive interconnected data sets. Presently, NSS has virtually covered all the aspects of the economy, all the aspects of the society through its service. Such rich data sets helps to understand and comprehend the economy better. Fourth benefit is improved use of statistics. This is very important. And for this, the initiatives that NSS undertook helps a lot. We are regularly interacting with our respondents, with our potential respondents. This creates awareness for the NSS. This creates visibility for the NSS. Awareness and visibility creates public trust and helps to forge a bonding, forge a partnership, which results in better use of statistics and reduce misuse of the statistical interpretation. I will take you back to 1950, which had been an eventful year for NSS. Another event happened in the year 1950. In that year, in the Pune National Science Congress, Professor Mahalanobis, a statistician, was elected as the general president. In acknowledging the honor conferred upon him, he writes, I know I have not been accorded this honor because of my personal attainments. I mark this as a recognition of the growing importance of statistics. The importance of statistics and that of NSS will grow unbounded as we contribute in India's journey of attaining the Viksit Bharat goals of 2047 by producing innovative statistics for this dynamic and vibrant country. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your extremely valuable updates about the NSSO. I would now like to request Professor Aditya to felicitate Mr. Salil. We now head to the first panel session of the day, which is about NSS data for public policy and public use. Our panelists for today need no introduction. They are key figures in the data-driven socioeconomic zeitgeist of the country. I request Ms. Rukmini S., Professor Amit Basole, Mr. Hari Krishna, as well as Professor Arnab, our moderator, to take their seats for the panel. Ms. Rukmini is the founder and director for Data for India, as well as the author of the book Whole Numbers and Half Truths. Professor Amit Basole is a professor of economics at Azim Premji University and releases the yearly report State of Working India, which is an important reference for labor market dynamics. Mr. Hari Krishna is a data scientist at Development Data Lab that provides the well-known Shrug data. And finally, Professor Arnab Mukherjee is a professor at the Center for Public Policy at IIMB and is the chairperson of the PG-PPM program at IIMB, which is a unique program tailored for government officers. I request Professor Arnab to provide more details about the program and also to moderate the session. Over to you.
Good morning. I welcome you to this panel. This is a really, I think, power-packed panel with three different perspectives. I think starting, this is the order I had in mind. I don't know if this is the order you have in mind, but I thought we'd start from that end and work our way down this way. And start with, I think, looking at, Shrug, which is this, it's taking the coordinate axis into the third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension in terms of how data use is currently very interesting. More than the statistical sort of side of things, what I find particularly exciting about this, and I hope you will speak a little bit about this, is how this is really user-friendly for individuals who are studying, and how it sort of is changing the way that one even imagines programs being used in educational settings with rise of data and business analytics kinds of programs. I think it's really interesting sort of um, opportunity. This is very nice to meet Rukmini in this kind of a format. I first ran into your book in the faculty lounge here, where it was looking at health and sort of data in the health space. And so I work in the health space, so this is something that I'm really excited to hear about, and I'm sure it'll bring out really interesting ways in which how if one were to think about hypotheses, how that sort of can be taken to real data. And the kind of setting that the NSSO provides is one kind of data input or hypothesis generation, but there are so many other things through which one can interact directly with the NSS data frame itself to try and learn all kinds of different kinds of programs. And that sort of takes us to Amit, who's been sort of doing this wonderful work out of Azim Premji, looking at labor markets. I think I started noticing it during COVID times, when there was really very little else available. And I think the really lovely way in which data collection is sort of being done and sort of curated and leading to different debates and discussions is something that I'm really looking forward to from you. So without further ado, over to you. Yeah. Why don't you just take this mic? I think having this one functional mic will keep us away from feedback.
So I have a presentation, but I'll just sit from here and do this very briefly.
Come up.
I'll come up there. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning. Happy to be here and gracious to share stage with so many esteemed folks from NSS and Dr. Garg in particular, who's an inspiration, I think, for many of us here. So I'll just do a brief sort of introduction of what is the shrug. I know people said it doesn't need an introduction, but I'd like to just give a small overview. So the socioeconomic high resolution rural urban geographic platform, it's a mouthful, so which is why shrug, I think, is a nice acronym for it, is an open access repository of data sets covering, like, I think the USP is granularity in terms of the villages, and over 500,000 villages and 8,000 towns, and it's linked across 30 years. So I just thought I'd give like a small example of kind of what underpins the shrug. So this is Bharatpur in Rajasthan. So if you just looked at the 2011 census and you wanted to link it to 1991 census, let's say, of Bharatpur, one obvious way is you could just say, okay, why don't I just take the town's name Bharatpur and link them together? But I think that ends up being incorrect, because what in Bharatpur is in 2011 is it encompasses much more than what it was in 1991. And so if you look the splits, right? So what you notice is that there's this village that's above there in 2001 that has gotten split into the town, that's been incorporated into the town of Bharatpur. It's also gotten split into two other villages in 2011, and another village has become like, there's parts that the boundaries have been redrawn in many different ways. So what we have done with Shrug is we use these keys between 1991, 2001, and 2011, and we try to find the smallest group of these locations, which we can combine and create a stable unit across these census years. So now that means that I can take these three villages in 1991, and I know that the data will be equivalent to these 5 villages and this one town in 2011. And I think that backbone allows us to link other data sets to the same sort of identifier, and it enables many research opportunities. And so a quick kind of introduction to our team. We are 12 folks, data scientists, economists. The lab was founded by Professor Paul Novosad and Sam Asher. They've been working, I think, on India for many decades now. So I think Dr. Garg had mentioned this earlier in the morning. Dissemination is, I think, the name of the game. I think we've moved past the kind of the years of data, like lack of data availability, and it's much more about how effectively you can disseminate the data that is available. So we've worked with Niti Aayog on the National Data Analytics platform. We've also done some work on, courts data, and it's published on Justice Hub. So I just wanted to take this moment to kind of uh, uh, Mr. Arnab was saying, Professor Arnab was saying that, like some reflections on the use of what I've learned and what we've learned in DDL about kind of maintaining the shrug. I think the principal one of like public data is, I think, data should be free. And I'm speaking to, I think, many economists here who know. So public data is non-rival and it's highly valuable to so many different potential users. And of course, the social value, which you've, I think, spoken a lot about earlier this day as well, is maximized when there are no barriers. So there's a lot of effort, cost has been paid, not just in gathering the data, but also I think in terms of like many research groups and cleaning and whatnot. And once those costs are paid, it seems almost criminal for many, many groups to keep paying those costs again and again. And this is, I think, an innovation because of technology that the cost of delivery has become close to zero. Yeah, I think someone was mentioning that the census tables, if you look at the 1951 census, it is these, every library, every institution needed to have these, volumes of district handbooks. Now it's almost trivially easy to access census handbook, MOSPI data, whatnot on the internet. The other kind of principle is around, disseminating it effectively. So there is, I think, points to be made about both sort of frictionless access. The more roadblocks that are there in front of the user, the less likely people are to use it. Then I think the point I want to stress on a little more is around appropriate delivery. Again, I think that the use case of data, like I think how Rukmini uses the data in terms of creating dashboards and visualizations, the form that the data needs to be in is very different from how an academic would need the data to be in. And so kind of identifying and supporting these different modes of deliveries is crucial as well. And I think the last point is around conceptual clarity, which is, yes, of course, and users need to know what data they're using, what are the limitations, how it links, how it stands in location with other data sets and whatnot. This point is around like granularity. So what we've seen when working with the Shrug is that there is often more variation in outcomes within a district in India than there is variation across districts in India. Right. And the other sort of humbling experience is this only, it's almost impossible for any one lab, any one organization to anticipate all potential use cases of a data set. So both of these naturally mean that if you can offer data at as high a granularity as possible, people can aggregate it up to the level that they need to be. And it can unlock a lot more use cases than what is even, what any one person can imagine. And so this is in tension with the previous point, right? So when we talk about increased granularity, we talk about all of these, like a data at the lowest possible level. And there is a trust always between the survey respondent and the surveyor around confidentiality and not releasing and not being exposed. But I think that we've often seen this as an either or situation, but no, that doesn't have to be the case. I think the global frontier in this, many countries have restricted access data centers. It'll be wonderful if we can get to that in India as well. The Census Bureau operates these federal research data centers where you enter, it's a clean room, no data can go in or out of the building, but you get access to individual level data. And you can link it. You can link it with industries. You can do employee linkages. You can track this across so many years that the data has been available for. And yeah, so this is the frontier, and I hope we can get to that. So yeah, so to talk about a little bit around like what does it mean for the NSS? Yeah, it's great that we've gotten to districts as the granular unit of dissemination, which is it's taken a lot of effort, and it's wonderful that they're. But even here, I think there are some small challenges around like, changing district codes and linking data across different NSS rounds. And I think the larger point is around how districts are kind of uniquely difficult when it comes to understanding Indian cities. And I'll give an example of the city that I'm from, which is Chennai. If you look at Chennai city, the urban area of Chennai, it is split across these three districts. There's the Chennai district itself. And then I think a lot of the IT sector is in Chengalpet district now, Tambaram and those areas. And if you look at Avadi, which is where a lot of the industry is, that is part of Tiruvallur district. So now if I want to understand Chennai's employment situation, I cannot take the Chengalpet urban metrics and aggregate with Chennai urban, because Chengalpet district has other cities in it as well, other urban areas as well. And so this kind of conceptualizing urban is not just in terms of urban areas within a district, but a city as something that encompasses, districts and doesn't necessarily respect those boundaries. I think another great example is the NCR region, which spans multiple states, multiple districts, and any analysis involving NCR is extremely tricky given the data granularity we have right now. So yeah, why India city? Just a brief point. I think cities are the engines of any India's growth, any country's growth, and I think like because of kind of our unique developmental history, we have kind of oriented our data systems primarily towards rural India, where there is a lot of data to be captured and where we've been biased towards there. And I think the municipal level is particularly an area where there is almost very limited data available, right? And I think I'll just kind of talk about, so there are myriad opportunities in terms of data cities, but I'll kind of summarize it in terms of thinking about the global frontier of where we want to see data for policy making. So I think there have been steps towards this, but we need to go beyond sample surveys. I think given the digitization of efforts in government, that we have exhaustive data on almost every single individual just because of virtue of them being enrolled in administrative programs and whatnot. And I think the data also does not need to only be from government. There's a wealth of data sitting in private sectors, which if can be effectively mobilized, I think the US is a great example of Zillow, which provides, I think, property values and valuations, and they contributed back to the Federal Reserve database. So I think a lot of their indices are built using private companies' data. And I think linkages across data sources are the new other new challenge that we need to talk about. Employer-employee is something that I think we haven't done a lot of in India due to many challenges, but that's something that's the future here. Buyer-seller because of our GST, and we have other sources here, and of course cross-sector linkages. And I think the challenge is, of course, how do you get the most granular data to researchers while maintaining respondent privacy? And there are, again, solutions that we can work towards and implement it. Thank you.
I'm getting my presentation.
Should be. Oh, something's happened. It looks very cool though.
Oh, no, all the text.
All the text is on? Oh man. Okay. See, it's like a on-site. See. So answer this up.
Let me see, show the video.
Yeah. It says access to something or the other. Yes, yes. So this one only, ma?
Yeah.
Correct, na?
Read the comments. If you're on
Yeah, we wait online. So this go here, you go here. Yeah, sure. Oh, we just
share it to someone.
oh yeah. In this mail ID, send it to me. Actually, yeah. So, shall we just panel and Amit, would you like? Actually, where is the data? Exact data? Yeah. This one?
Yeah.
So this one, no? Let's just see if this is taking shape. Otherwise, should work.
I can start speaking. I'm
So this one, no? Yeah, it's okay. That's right.
Why don't I start speaking and I'll just ask?
Yeah. Or would you like Amit to go first and then you can figure this out? Yeah. Let's not do this. Let's do Amit slides. Amit slides. Okay. This one, sir? Which one is yours? The middle one. The middle.
Sorry, I don't know what I did. Oh, somebody is operating it without my.
This one, this one.
Okay.
So the thing is, we have like about 3 or 4 computers which are doing this. So and different people have control of computers. So it can be a little, you know.
Well, no problem. So, thank you. I guess let me just. Yeah. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. And let me join the chorus of, congratulating Secretary Garg and the excellent team at MOSPI and NSSO for all the exciting things that have been going on for the past few years. I have to say that I at least haven't actually fully processed all the changes that happened because, I also came of age in the days of quinquennial surveys and a lot of slow moving stuff, which was fine. The economy was also slow moving. So it's not like we needed a whole lot of stuff, but that has changed. The economy has changed, and it's very good to see MOSPI responding appropriately to those changes and to see all the new stuff happening. So what I wanted to do was a little bit of an introduction to what we do at the Center for Sustainable Employment and how we fit into the NSSO story. Maybe talk a little bit about employment data of recent times, which has already come up a bit, but how it's been used. So, some examples of what can be done in terms of using this data for policy relevant kind of questions, and conclude with some reflections on what Hari was talking about in terms of bringing together sample surveys with other types of data and so forth, which is clearly the next frontier. So that's roughly my plan. These reports were referred to in the introduction. Thank you for that. This is called State of Working India, and if you haven't looked it up, I put the website up here. We started doing this work in 2017. This was just before the PLFS started coming, as a matter of fact. So the first report was published without PLFS. That time we relied on these labor bureau surveys, which have sort of fallen by the wayside now that things have changed. The subsequent 3 reports use quite a bit of periodic labor force survey as well as other things that I'll talk about in a minute. So please look up these surveys. The recent one is, or the next one is in the works right now. And in the next few months, we will be coming out with it. So stay tuned for that. So this is what we do. We have these 4 reports out, SWI 2018, 19, 21, which was the COVID report that was referred to. And then the 2023 report was on social identities and labor market outcomes. And the upcoming 2026 is on young workers or youth broadly. These, as you will notice from the years, are not annual because we can't afford to bring them out every year. It's too much work. Basically they come out when they come out. So we average them out and then maybe every 2 years or something like that. We've also done some primary surveys, which deeply increases my respect for all the things that we discussed in the morning over, field operations. It's truly hard to do these kinds of things, but it's very essential, and I'll talk about why as well, and why it's continued to be essential in the days of administrative data and big data and a lot of other sources of information we have. Why do sample surveys still remain not only relevant but critical? I want to emphasize that. I'll come back to that. So these are the kinds of surveys that we have used in our work. Of course, the employment, unemployment surveys, the quinquennial ones of the old, still remain useful because a lot of us are interested in long run, slow moving questions as well. We are not only interested in recent things. So it's a legitimate question to ask, since the 1980s, what have been the structural changes in India's employment, in productivity and many other things? And these surveys continue to be very relevant for that. The PLFS, of course, is now the mainstay of all of our work at the center. But we also rely on the unincorporated survey and enterprise surveys. again, for things to do with productivity of informal enterprises, structural transformation going on in that sector, and so forth. We also rely on the new ASUS now, the old ones, of course, but also the new ASUS, the annual survey of industries, and so forth, and the economic census. We've also used that quite extensively because that is the only sort of a source of information until recently that gave us district level estimates of the employment structure. You know, what fraction of the workforce was in which sector and so forth. That was not available at the district level. Only now, this is the most recent development with PLFS, do we have it. So let me give you a few, just because we're talking about data, it's nice to look at some data. And we have some people from our center here who worked on these things, so I thought it's nice to show some of the things that can be done. So here's one, I mean, I'm not talking about this in any great detail, just to give you a sense. This is a picture actually made by somebody who's here in the audience, Bhargavi, which just tells you that when we talk about youth unemployment in India, what are we talking about? We are talking about people in their early 20s to mid 20s who've completed college education. That's entirely where unemployment lies. If you notice the top line, this is by age. And you will notice by the time of by the individual is in the late 30s, the unemployment rate, which is being plotted here, is actually very similar regardless of education. So if you're low educated, then of course your unemployment rate is always low, mostly because you can't afford to be unemployed. If you're college educated, you come from a better off family, you can afford to be unemployed. So you're unemployed for a few years. Why is a big question. Is it a matching issue, aspirational mismatch, queuing up for government jobs? What's going on there is actually a very big question that we don't understand. But essentially, the unemployment rate steadily falls in the 20s. And by the time an individual is in their late 20s, well, again, they can't afford to be unemployed. Because if they're a man, which is what we're plotting here, men they get married and have to have a job. If they are women, they get married and they withdraw from the labor force. Either way, the unemployment rate falls. Right? So this is something that you get clearly from the PLFS, and it adds to our understanding of what unemployment means in India. Another very exciting development in PLFS has been the quarterly estimates. This really is a game changer when you're looking at more fast-moving macroeconomic questions. So what I'm showing you here is quarterly estimates going back to the first quarter of PLFS down to the October to December 2024 quarter, which is the last quarter for which we have data. And it gives you the structure of the Indian workforce in quarterly terms, which is something we never had before. And what it shows you is that the unemployment rate steadily fell post-COVID. That's the red. What rose was the self-employment rate, the proportion of people self-employed, and the proportion of regular wage and casual workers has actually been declining. And this kind of insight at a fast frequency level is very useful to form an opinion on tightness or looseness in the labor market. Because if you look at just the employment rate, the labor force participation rate or workforce participation rate, and that rises, you might be tempted to think, well, that's good, the labor market is tightening because the unemployment rate is falling and the employment rate is rising. But if you look at the structure of employment and you see a rise in self-employment, then you know that actually there's looseness in the labor market and not tightness because wage work is fallen, right? And that's something that is very useful for policymakers. Even monetary policy, which traditionally in India has not relied directly on employment data because it didn't have employment data of the frequency necessary. Now it is actually, we are at the point where monetary policy formation can take into account direct labor market indicators, right? And I think that's a very exciting development. And then finally, just something fun. There's a lot of discussion on female labor force participation rate. And here's some nice stuff you can do from the PLFS. This is estimated women's employment rate as a function of the husband's earning. So because we have the roster, we can match spouses, pairs, and so forth, and do interesting work on this kind of thing. And what you see in urban areas is a very clear U-shaped relationship. Wives of poorer husbands work more, wives of richer husbands work more. And in the middle, there's a dip. Right? I mean, there's no big point I'm making here. This has been known for donkey's years, but it's just a kind of nice illustration of what the data can do for you. And by the way, along the way, I'm also, by putting these confidence intervals, suggesting to people in the audience that it's time that in our descriptive statistics, we started adding in all of these measures, which have long been missing. We just used to dealing with means all the time and ignoring the errors around it. But the surveys all give us this capacity, and I think we should use it. All right, so I will not labor this point. I'll wrap up soon. We have all discussed the new developments multiple times this morning. I just want to maybe talk about the second half of my slide a little bit. Oh, yeah, before I go to that, the district level representatives, I want to emphasize what Secretary Garg said in the morning about state participation. I think this is critical, and it came up in Hari's presentation about local level data, right? So we have really good central level systems now, but it's time to move to state and lower level strengthening of statistical systems, because that's where the true heterogeneity lies. As Hari was saying, it's almost fractal in nature. The more you go down, the heterogeneity remains, right? So you say, well, states are different from each other. Yes. You go down into a state, districts are very different from each other, as different as states are different from each other. Then you go into the district and you find, well, actually the cities and the towns and villages are as different from each other as the districts are. So the inequality is multi-level, and it can't be done without getting good quality data down at that level, which we don't have yet, right? And we need substantial strengthening to get there. Anyway, so that was one point I wanted to emphasize. The second is on panel data. We had a PLFS panel for a time when PLFS was the annual, sort of quarterly revisits were there. But now that the PLFS design has changed and it's gone to a monthly frequency, the panel has been shortened from 4 quarters to 4 months. So that's okay for the monthly statistic generation, but the panel itself is no longer very useful because we don't expect too many changes to happen over the course of 4 months or 1 quarter plus a month. So it might be worth thinking still about how to bring back maybe some kind of longer term panels, even if they're thin, even if they are very limited geographically, something that gives us a sense of movement over the same individuals. And then finally, the linked worker firm surveys were also mentioned. This is something that is very hard to do, but again, excellent information to have on which workers are paired with which firms. Gives us a lot of insight into labor market dynamics that doesn't come from simply looking at households or looking at firms separately. The last point on the slide is just a cautionary note for us. When you get excited about and want to have everything, we can't have everything. Trade-offs are very real, right? So if you go to high frequency, very granular, quality may suffer. If you want good quality, you may not be able to be granular as you like or as fast as you like. So the hard thinking that we need to do is, what is the level of, what is the frequency that matters to us? What is the level that matters to us? Right? There's no point in just rushing after, well, let's just have yesterday's data today. If yesterday's data today is bad data, then really there's no point in having it, right? So would you rather wait 2 months for good data or have it tomorrow? I think that's something that we need to think about carefully. And so far, NSS has been very conservative about it, and I think that's really good. That instead of jumping into let's have as much data as fast as we can, we need to think about what works with quality, right? All right. Now, the last point I want to make is about sample surveys with administrative data. Now, here is where I want to put in my plug for the importance of sample surveys. Stratified multi-stage sample surveys with household listing is still the gold standard because we don't have good lists. Every time you start thinking, well, I don't want to do this area frames and listing, is there a quicker way to do this? You come up with the problem, there is no list like that, which is really because India is dynamic, households move, people move, voter IDs don't work because people are in different places and so on. So really there doesn't turn out to be too much other than going to a village or an urban block and making that list, 3 or 4 days before you do the survey. That's really how you know that you've got a representative sample. And that still remains, I think, largely the case in India. The workforce is also informal, so we can't rely too much on other kinds of lists also. And MOSPI and NSSO have been world leaders on this method, for years, for decades, we've heard this. And I think this is something that is worth emphasizing and hanging on to. But, right, they are the gold standard. But there are issues. They do underestimate income and consumption levels. I think there's no doubt about that. Levels of inequality as well. There's underreporting, undercoverage, right? Item non-response, unit non-response, top coding, all of these problems that are not new to us or new to India or specific to India. They are there everywhere in the world. We miss the top part of the income distribution when we look at this thing. The question is it growing over time? And the question is, what can we do to build an understanding of what is missing? I think this point I want to emphasize is that traditionally, as far as I know, NSSO has not been, well, they may be collecting but not releasing information on non-response in a systematic way as to where is the non-response coming from, right? So if you were denied permission to access a gated community, or a part of town, what are the characteristics of that area where you were not able to go? Right? This kind of information builds an understanding of, then we can put in some corrections and we can say, okay, what we have missed is likely the top 2% of the income distribution or the consumption distribution or whatever. So I think this gathering within survey information on where are enumerators unable to go, denied permission, whatever other things, would be very useful in making corrections on the distributions and getting to a truer distribution, let us say. Right? The other, of course, is to compare it with other data, income tax data, administrative data. Many people have started doing this, is let's bring together and try to make a complete distribution of income or consumption and so on by bringing in these kinds of data sets. I think that is also valuable. As an aside, I should mention just very quickly, I don't know if this happens to you guys, but I still run into people who say, 3-4 लाख घरों में जा रहे हैं, इतना बड़ा देश है, क्या पता चलेगा? Now, this is a perennial thing, right? That everybody who has worked with sample surveys has to educate people on how sample surveys work. You can't take it for granted. People don't understand. It's counterintuitive. My usual go-to example is चावल पकाए कि नहीं पता करने के लिए कितने चावल के दाने खाते हो. Right? So you have to understand sampling and you have to talk to people in a way that sampling is understood. And this is not a trivial point because people in influential places don't understand how sampling works. Right? And as administrative data gets richer, the temptation becomes much more कि यहाँ सब तो आ रहा है ना. I'm getting everybody's information here. Why do I need to go there, right? And that's, I think, a mistake. That's a mistake for, I'll end with this. That it's not productive to say administrative data is good and survey data is bad, or administrative data is bad and survey data is good. It doesn't take us anywhere. We have all of this. We need to decide which are the strengths of which kind of data. Surveys are vital to capturing the lower half of the consumption or income distribution. They still are, right? Informal work, informal enterprises, and so forth. That doesn't mean that people are telling you the truth. Okay, so levels are always tricky in sample surveys, and we always say changes are better. Look at what is changing. Don't get too fixated on the level number because people may underestimate and tell you, different things. But they're still important to capture that part which is not there in the EPFO data, other kinds of data. We need these things, right? But that doesn't mean admin data can't be useful. It obviously has its own place, and we need to think. Now we are at the point in India where we have enough richness of both sample surveys because of MOSPI's recent efforts and administrative data and big data to really start thinking carefully, how do we construct a complete picture of the Indian economy so that we are not missing anything. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, someone's controlling it from there. And
No, there's a PDF. You can open the PDF. No, sorry, that classroom email address.
email.
Sorry about this. As someone who runs a public facing platform, I can't stand when visuals don't look right, so I'm going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. This one, ma?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
The PDF.
Okay. No,
Right is not open.
Right.
To double.
Okay.
Need to double click. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I feel great pressure for this presentation to look fantastic after all of this. I'll make up for time by speaking a bit faster. I'll keep an eye on time as well. So, as someone not from the research community and who runs a public platform that is not researcher focused, we have been great, beneficiaries of the expansion and access to NSSO data. It's amazing to think of the fact that that unit level data became freely accessible just 20 years ago. And we have made, full use of this great increase in access to unit level data. It's not just us, and I'll talk about our work in a minute, but what this has meant, this expanded access to unit level data has meant that many public platforms and portals have developed that allow varying degrees of access to people. So some of them are researcher focused and some like us are public focused. We consider this access to public data that we got as a huge privilege that we want to use to expand public understanding of India. So if we diagnose the problem that there are many people in the country today who don't know whether India's population is still growing or is growing more slowly, they don't know if spending 50,000 rupees a month puts you in the middle class or in the top 5% of the country, we see it as a failure of the communicators of the data, among whom we count ourselves, because this data is now available. If we haven't been able to expand public understanding, then it is the failure of the people who communicate this data, and how can we do this better? This is a snapshot of our site today, and it's, I swear I didn't intend it this way, but all three of our top articles featured here use NSS data. I don't want to talk only about our work, I'll talk about that in a bit, but it also gives you a sense of what some of the work that we do is. I'll talk about that in a minute. Some of the reasons that we have come to hugely benefit from NSS data, and we use it a lot. And ma'am, what you said in the morning about NSS data being the voice of people is something that really resonates with us, because and again, I agree with you, Amit, that communicating to people that a nationally representative survey really, gives you a better sense of the country than anything else can, is something that we've made a big part of our jobs. Most of the people we talk to are internet using, urban, often richer people who in the bubble that they live in don't have a good sense of the country. And when I was a journalist earlier, we used to feel that field reporting is the only way to understand the country. And, field reporting is essential, it's valuable, I'd love to do more of it. But I also feel that NSS data gives you a sense of the country and gives our readers a sense of the country that very little else and their own lived reality doesn't give them. We also, feel particularly confident using NSS data given the level of global scrutiny around this data. There has been, and compared to other data sets, that I'm happy to talk about later, including Indian data sets, there's been relatively little of this data disappearing, and I'll say relatively little. And that's something, we value. I agree that certainty is something that we value greatly in the data. And, all of this helps us build work on top of this. We also, although we will all point out issues with it, we value the amount of documentation and metadata that comes along with this. And we also now really value that there is a community of users of this data actively nurtured by MOSPI that allows us to have conversations. So when I started Data for India, and it's not very different now, we were 2 writers and 2 engineers, none of whom had an economics degree or any background in econ, but we were able to do this work because of improved access as well as because of the documentation that accompanies the data. And now that lay people like us are able to use this data, we believe that it needs to expand the public understanding of other laypersons. Of course, more can be done. My colleague Abhishek will speak in the afternoon about some of the issues we encounter using NSS data, and we really value this spirit of openness to criticism that we've encountered in the last year or so. I think it's all being done in very good faith, and I think the goals are common. Just to talk a little bit about what we do. Data for India is not a news publication. We are a knowledge resource. Our idea is to be a place where people can come to answer questions that they have for themselves about socioeconomic issues in India. So if someone has a question about the extent of computer usage in India, we have been able to look at NSS data. We found numbers on it, and we put it out in easy to understand, completely non-partisan writing that is reliant purely on the data. We footnote heavily. You'll find 20 footnotes at the bottom of everything that we write. We have interactive charts, and all of the data behind those charts is available for download so that people can cross-check and satisfy themselves that we are not cherry-picking the information. We pride ourselves enormously on being non-partisan and on presenting a view of the country that comes from the data and not our point of view on top of that data. We work along these 6 verticals that you'll see there right now. The last vertical is called measurement, and it cuts across these 5. We value it enormously because we use it to talk about methodology and how data is collected. So if you see the third piece that's towards the bottom, that's done by 2 colleagues of mine, that explains changes in the PLFS over time. So all that we've done is we've read the documentation, we've talked about how things around sampling have changed, we've talked about how the questions have changed, we've talked about debates around the usage of the data as well as what PLFS data is used to do in the research community. So it's just putting out what's publicly available, but helping people, sort of demystify this information. So I'd like to give you a couple of examples of how we try to do what we're saying we do, which is using NSS data to expand public understanding of the country. One of the things we do a lot of is time series, and we will make a bit of a pitch to enable more time series work. We have to put this together, survey by right now. As we see e-Sankiki develop, I think more time series that cut across surveys would be something we'd love to see. But I find this chart and the work that we're able to do with it very moving, because what you're able to see, for example, and this is from PLFS data, where you looked at the education question over time. If you see the gender gap in literacy among people in their 70s, and you see that among children and teenagers now, you can see that it has disappeared. And what you see is really a portrait of a changing country, where in the course of maybe 3 generations, at least one axis of inequality is disappearing. We're seeing the disappearance of the gender disadvantage in literacy. We also feel that where we'll see our job as being done is when people, especially young people, have a better sense of what the country actually looks like. So just to give you an example, a professor at a university in Pune told me that when he asked his undergrad students, what share of the country do you think has access to electricity? They said 40%. This was their notion of the country. So, and I feel that these misunderstandings happen at both ends of the spectrum. There are people who think that the country is doing far better than it actually is. And then there are people who think that the country is, doing far worse than it actually is. So here again, I find this, truly transformative. When you talk about the transformations that have happened, this is a transformation in a picture where you look at the yellow line, which shows access, the share of people who use kerosene primarily to light up their houses has just completely crashed over time and been replaced by electricity. So this we got by putting together NSS surveys over time, and being able to do this more easily would certainly help us. I'll also refer to the question of bringing together administrative data and survey data, which we do a fair amount of. And just to add that all of what I'm sharing here is on the site and is of work done by my colleagues, including Abhishek, who'll speak in the afternoon here. So what you're able to do is paint a much more nuanced picture of something like phone usage in India. If you were to look at just TRAI data, you would think that there's no headroom left for mobile phones. Virtually everyone has a mobile phone, 1.2 billion people, 1.2 billion phones. But if you look at actual usage of phones, you see something that many people will tell you, which is that most phone usage is shared phone usage still in India, and that there is headroom when it comes to women, particularly older women and less literate women, who don't, many of whom don't yet have access to a phone. So it isn't one versus the other. This doesn't say that administrative data is bad or wrong, but it certainly paints a much more nuanced picture of something like phone usage. We also do a fair amount of comparing of different data sources. We do this particularly in the health, where we compare administrative data with from other sources. Here, just to give you an example, this is a chart from work by Abhishek around measuring literacy. And we looked here at the measure of literacy in the NSS versus the NFHS. It's a more detailed point that's in the piece about what would be the best way to ask the question in the survey. I encourage you to read the piece. But what we're able to do also is compare different data sources to see how things affect the outcome, how a different question, who the question is asked to. Are you asking the household head? Are you asking people? Are you asking them to take a literacy test, or are they just reporting literacy? How that affects numbers. What we're able to do with unit level data also is to look at the people we want to look at. So one of the things that used to often happen for me when I was looking at reports alone, before I was able to use unit level data, is I had to look at the crosstabs that were available in the report. So if the crosstab was, if education was being looked at by income group, that was what I was going to have to look at. While maybe my question was about how income consumption intersects with social group. So what crosstabs, what unit level allows us to do is to look at the intersections of data, particularly the ones that we are most interested in. We also find that decomposing one big trend allows us to understand changes much better. This is from our most recent work around custom tailoring, a particular economic activity around in manufacturing. And we find, for example, by comparing PLFS data over time and using census population projections to come up with overall numbers, absolute numbers, is that a huge share of the increase in manufacturing jobs between 2018 and 2024 was in custom tailoring alone, many of them women custom tailors. This is just one chart in a larger piece. We also talk, as I said, a lot about methodology. So when we wrote about the first household consumption expenditure survey after the change in methodology, we wrote a long piece alongside it explaining what had changed in the methodology. We believe that this is something that helps readers put numbers into context. It's often very hard to make sense of within the report, so we write extensively about methodology. One of my frustrations with Indian journalism, and one of the reasons I'm happy that it's in the rearview mirror for me, is that there seem to be no non-polarized way to have many of these conversations. But we believe that what we are doing is in good faith, and that there is a genuinely inquiring way to do this work that can take you out of these binaries. So when we looked at access to toilets, for example, one of the immediate sort of dimensions that comes up is that access to toilets, as the NFHS or NSS tell you, versus what the administrative data tell you, is quite different. Now, this typically is framed as they're lying, they're inflating numbers, that sort of thing. While the question that's being asked is quite different. The question about whether a toilet has been built or is that what you are using is quite different, and in some ways is at the heart of the difference between survey data and administrative data. We look at both, and we do believe that there is a non-polarized way to have these very essential conversations. My colleague Abhishek will talk much more about the specifics, especially to do with the data and research, our asks of NSS. But I'll just talk about a few things that affect our public communication, since that's the point I'm talking about. Again, when some of us, in the team left journalism behind, we intended to also leave behind what journalism requires, which is privileged access. We want to use public data. We don't want privileged access. But because there are often unexplained things in the data, we still have to pick up the phone and call up our contacts to explain to us what's going on. This again means gatekeeping. It means that I can do this while someone who's using the data for the first time can't. And Abhishek will talk more specifically about it, but there are specific ways we could go about reducing this so that everybody, it's a level playing field. We're not having to use privileged access. I also want to make a point about the NSS reports. There are often times, and this is rare, this isn't endemic, but we do sometimes find that data presented in the reports is not as specific as it could be, and we figure this out only with the unit level data. So this chart, for example, is from a report, and it is about people with these skills to do with ICT skills. But only when you go to the questionnaire or to the unit level data, you realize that that question about sending emails was only asked to people who could use a phone, could use the internet, could use a smartphone. So the denominator should ideally be all people, while over here, the denominator is people who are using phones or the internet. Now, I genuinely believe that the aim is not to willfully mislead, but what happens when journalists who don't use unit level data directly report based on this, they'll say that 67% of or 46% of rural adults could send emails while not realizing that the actual number in terms of share of rural adults is much smaller. So I believe that there should be more asterisks and caveats over here, which help even people just reading the report get a more accurate sense of the data. And finally, I'll make a point that's again to do with communication and not so much to do with the data, which Abhishek will talk about later. One of the things we are quite struck by is how hard people find it to understand data concepts as well as simple charts. We shouldn't be surprised about this. We do know from ASER data, for example, that teaching math in schools is in bad shape. And there are a lot of people coming out of school without basic numeracy. We do find that this extends to data literacy as well. I sometimes teach postgraduate journalism students. And in my first exercise with them, I'll show them a percentage and say 88% of people do this. So how many percent cannot? And they cannot answer. There's a total deer in the headlights thing that happens to do with numbers, often because these are people who've been taught math badly, taught to be scared of math. So if we're going to pay so much attention to doing a better job of giving access to data as well as disseminating it, we need to better understand what can people actually understand from the data we are communicating. This is maybe a job for us in this community, but maybe more broadly as well, to maybe do a survey or do other things to more broadly understand what can people actually make out. Do people know what percentages mean? And if not, are there better ways to communicate this information? As I said, Abhishek will speak a little in the afternoon about some of the specific issues, both things that we have gained from as well as issues with the data. And I'll be happy to take any questions about communicating to the public. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think this has been a very interesting sort of panel. Just reflecting on it as a user, started using data when I was in my master's. And I think the first time I even heard of NSSO was when my teacher asked me to draw a Lorenz curve. And in those days, access to computers was not that obvious. And so I remember taking this a newspaper-sized piece of chart paper in which we went and looked at the NSSO reports and the crosstabs that Rukmini was mentioning. We kind of worked through that crosstab. And in retrospect, now that I've been teaching for a while, I feel that that was such a useful exercise because you kind of understood what the reports were. You found that there were asterisks, some of which were helpful, some of which were not. As opposed to that, the world today is very different and is kind of unique. And so I'll start with a few reflections on my use of NSSO. And I think, it sort of gets into sort of a couple of things that I think the panel didn't touch on, which is around sort of, data rights, data privacy, what it means. And I think there's a fantastic opportunity that NSSO has as an organization, but it's a very challenging one, which I also recognize that NSSO faces because it is a part of the government of India and has commitments towards sort of going forward in terms of taking the nation in a specific direction. And Viksit Bharat is a part of that. So the first time I did this Lorenz curve, I was like, my God, this is such a laborious exercise. But then I also understood from it the fact that these data sets were collected in a household context. I read the reports, but the reports I felt were, like very, very summative. They talked about the sampling design. They talked about some cursory, crosstabs and left there. There was a questionnaire, and that's where I've spent most of the rest of my life, looking at the questionnaire, trying to understand what are all the value labels, etc., etc. That was not my first attempt, though. My first attempt happened in my PhD program, where I was in a program where there was nobody else using NSSO. There was none of my teachers using NSSO. And I suddenly hit the dictionary file. And the first sort of moment, which sort of took me a couple of weeks to realize, was that there used to be this variable called the level variable, which would sort of be used to look at different questions being parked in a very tight structure. Almost impossible for anyone else to sort of figure this out unless you have decided that that is the mission of your life. So, there was this so once I figured it out, I tried to teach this to as many of my students as I could, and they would all have this aha moment. Oh, now the data makes sense. Now the rounds, the schedules, etc., make sense. And in some sense, I have a little of like, oh my God, people now don't need to even know this. This is like, something data you can just download. It's in Stata files. And I think that's a really nice and brilliant thing because it sort of opens up access to data. And once they started becoming available around about a decade ago, we did, a series of hackathons using data here. So hackathons comes from like a computer science sort of domain. The way we interpreted that here was to say, here's a data set. Can you tell a story? And we used IHDS, we used NSSO, we used census data. And this was such a fascinating experience about using data in a public forum. We got people coming in from IIIT Bangalore. We got people coming in from, Google, from Alphabet. So we had people from the age group of about 19 till about 55. In a setting like this. And we said that, look, we don't know anything about anybody. So what we'll do is you guys come and we'll try to pair you up. So people were working in groups where they didn't know each other very well. And just because we are academics, we sometimes put in very unreasonable norms. So what we did is we said, you're going to sit here for 24 hours with access to data. And we made everyone sign the NSSO disclaimer that, so it was legal use of data. And we found a number of different things. I think the IHDS data told us that already by 2012, 2013, we were looking at 2005-6 data, and it was telling us that LPG gas utilization was actually in the upper wealth quintiles, not in the bottom wealth quintiles. We suddenly discovered that, in the Registrar General's data set, the data set was fine, but the version that was being shared, the cross tab was wrong. And this was coming up from students or practitioners or communities using this data. From the NSSO data, what I still find really, really amazing is that one of the highest returns to education happens in agriculture for people beyond class 12 levels of education. Now, I would not have anticipated this at all unless I had the foresight to look at this. But I didn't have the foresight to look at this because there's so many other questions with which one is going to the data with. So in this sort of decentralized access to data, you suddenly have this ability to try and look at correlations, relationships that people are thinking about, which the data set itself is not designed to answer. And therein lies a big challenge for, I think, NSSO as an organization, because it is not designed to collect data for all kinds of reasons. There are a very specific set of reasons within which the data set has been sort of designed for collection. I'm also the chair of this master's program in public policy and management. We often get students who are from government, who are government officers. Sometimes we get ISS officers who are coming in and our students here. They come and do a PhD here. And so it's also very interesting to see how they see data. And so it's in this sense that for the first time, as a user, you never think about this, but as someone who's trying to supervise someone who's been working with NSSO data in terms of data collection, there is a really very strong norm of being very careful about the data you collect. And that relationship is very, very different from the kind of conversation we've been talking about in the panel, which is about interpreting data. There is a cyclicity here. If you're interpreting data and also collecting data, it's very easy to get into the world of contaminating data. So in the world that we live in, we have a challenge. We have a specific rigid data structure, which is fantastic. I cannot sort of tell you how powerful this is. And one other metric, sir, if you would sort of allow me to sort of mention, is if you were to simply count the number of research papers published in top tier international journals looking at NSSO data, that would be a really strong reflection of how impactful NSSO has been as an organization. Because in India, we are able to do discussions and debates correctly, incorrectly, but with a level of detail and rigor which many other countries are not anywhere close to. And that sort of allows us to open up our imagination towards all kinds of questions that we might want to ask for. And I feel sometimes unfairly expect the NSSO to answer. So I think there is like a huge role that, I think organizations that are educational institutions have a role to play. And I don't know what the, API plugin should be with NSSO in terms of thinking about how that, knowledge transfer can happen with respect to making this something which is a part of all, journalism programs. Like there should not be a journalism program in the country which does not have like a touch point with NSSO. And I think it could go even deeper. It could go into a world in which you would sort of see students having, just like medical doctors have like an internship in terms of looking at how to sort of practice medicine. There should also be like a version of this wherein you actually understand why the skip pattern is a part of the questionnaire and why that skip pattern is something that even the researcher needs to understand in terms of interpretation. So this is tricky ground. I think we covered a lot of really interesting ideas. I think we sort of looked at new ways of like visualizing data. We talked about how to make this open access. We talked about some of the tricky things that we can negotiate in the context of labor force markets. I don't really want to spend too much time. We're running 10 minutes late, so I'm hoping to make up some time. And I'd just like to quickly throw this open for questions, in case there are any, and see where this goes on. I think one of the last points that I think I'd like to end with is, I think, while we talk about education, we often talk about education for people who are studying. But if you look at any organization which touches the most number of people in the country, it is actually NSSO. So there's also like, I feel, and maybe this is my being, going overboard, but there's also like a data rights role that NSSO as an organization should think of framing for people who are answering questions. So we do take consent as a part of any ethical sort of protocol, but often it's unclear to me that people have a right to understand, in which context and in which legal sort of protection they're answering questions. But, by ending on that note, I don't mean to say that, things are problematic. I think we are way ahead of the curve in terms of what NSSO is already doing. We've been way ahead of the curve in 1950. And so I think in that sense, I'm sort of really proud to sort of, be a user of NSSO. So, on that note, let me open up for questions and see if there are any. Yeah. Yeah. So,
My sincere thanks to all panelists. It was very enriching to listen all of you. One point I would like to know from you that we did not talk about from the reader's perspective. So when the data is disseminated, say to the readers or the common person who they are looking, say poverty has declined, but actually they feel the same, conditions what they were feeling, say before 10 years. And secondly, also in GDP case, we talk about that GDP has increased, this has enhanced the income. But do you think there should be some norms or say some kind of regulations that make these readers, without knowing the NSSO data, the correct information. See, as Madam showed, we can manipulate the data, journalist can pass on to them. So what is the global standard, or is there any norm in India also?
Thank you. So a couple of points. One is, I think the onus is on the communicators to, clearly explain what it is that they're talking about. I can well imagine that readers might feel that the data doesn't reflect their reality. Our job as data communicators is to explain, say, what a representative sample is, or similar ways of communicating that your personal reality may not be the one that's reflected in a broad national survey. So if readers are not getting that impression, again, I think it's a failure of communication and can be done better. On the second aspect, I'm not in favor of regulating the media. I think that takes us in very dangerous and authoritarian tendencies. Hopefully, readers can, exercise, vote with their feet, and stop reading and watching poor quality journalism, and invest or pay for high quality journalism.
Sorry, just very quickly to add. But I think the question you've raised, this is, first of all, I don't think there's an answer to this, that we know across the world, whether you're high income, low income, people have a tendency to think about the world from their perspective, and that's fine. They should do that. How do you get people to hold two thoughts at the same time in their head? Which is that your perspective and your life circumstances are obviously valid. And if you haven't seen your income increase, you haven't seen your income increase. While at the same time, the average statistics is also true, assuming we haven't made any mistakes there. This is not easy. I mean, all of us are constantly falling back into anecdotal and personal ways of thinking about it. We just do it naturally. It has to be part of a much wider social conversation. And it can't happen in the kind of polarized environment that Rukmini is talking about. I think this is the central problem. What we've lost is the ability to say two things at the same time. We have to take this one position, and that's insane. And I think that has done a lot of damage to all of this.
While we're looking for another question, I mean, I also think like part of the answer lies in the fact that, just imagine a chai pe charcha. If you have a chai pe charcha, then you have all kinds of, subjective sort of opinions being expressed. Now, in many ways, when you're looking at data which is complex and you try to talk about simple things, the stories that are sort of consistent with that are multiple stories. So you need to really be careful about like what you are saying. And that's something that I think, is a national sort of, mission that we have in terms of like, moving towards more, careful, like, I don't know. So this is what a friend of mine once told me is, have you ever tried explaining a standard deviation to your mother? And I said, geez, I never thought about that. Right. I mean, so now if you're thinking about, complex statistical and standard deviation is complex in terms of what most type of charcha happens, then you are lost in this world in which, you're trying to talk about variation, you're trying to talk about different stories. It's very neat and clear to say that, India, so, nations within nations, and the nations within talukas, within gram panchayats, all of that is fine. But like, what does that mean for that person who's actually having chai and talking about it is very, very different. There's also time. There's like, all kinds of things going on. So I don't know. I mean, I think you've put the bar very high. That there'll be a consistent story each and every time you say, 80% of people have access to electricity is going to be.
Sorry, just one thing to quickly add, which is I think if we're able to first build the credibility of our data systems and then communicate it well, then that takes part of that away. When you're in an environment where either rightly or wrongly, things are under a cloud of suspicion. Either the methodology is not clear or surveys have disappeared for no reason. When that sort of banana republic stuff starts happening, then it becomes much harder to communicate to people.
Okay, so I don't think we'll be taking further questions. If you do, you can ask them during the networking hour. I thank all the panelists for engaging in such a compelling discussion on the significance of NSS data and public policy. I would now like to call upon Professor Arnab Mukherjee to kindly felicitate all our panelists.
Yeah. Honey, will you come up? Yeah. In the order in which people spoke. Oh. Yeah. Thanks, Honey. Thanks for coming along. Thanks.
I now call upon Professor Gopal Nayak to kindly felicitate our moderator, Professor Arnab Mukherjee. Okay. Great. You guys want to do a group photo?
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to come up front. Yeah.
We will now break for lunch. I kindly request our attendees and dignitaries to head towards MDC lawns where lunch will be served. We shall resume here in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Thank you.
You are given. Yeah. Yeah.
We have our second panel now, which is on NSS data for research, exploring its uses, challenges faced, and the scope for improvement in research efficiency. I request our panelists, Mr. Ajay Bakshi, Mr. Kishore Kumar, Mr. Salil, Ms. Sunita, and Mr. Rao to take their seats on the dais. And I also request Professor Aditya to moderate this session. Mr. Ajay Bakshi is the Additional Director General of Household Survey Division of NSO at Kolkata. He is an officer of Indian Statistical Service from the 1993 batch and responsible for steering a wide spectrum of national statistics. He also conducted the irrigation census under Ministry of Jal Shakti and the Health Survey under the Central Bureau of Health Intelligence. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Kishore Kumar is the Additional Director General of Field Operations Division. He is an officer of Indian Statistical Service from the 1993 batch as well, same as Mr. Ajay. He has wide-ranging experience in the field of official statistics, survey design, and data collection. Prior to his current assignment, he served as ADG, where he played a key role in ensuring data quality and coordination across large-scale statistical operations. He continues to contribute strengthening towards the field of infrastructure and improving the reliability of survey data. We welcome you, sir. We also once again welcome Mr. Salil Kumar, who is the ADG for the Enterprise Survey Division. Welcome, sir. I would also like to welcome Ms. Sunita Bhaskar, an officer of the Indian Statistical Service, 1996 batch, is presently serving as Additional Director General, Field Program. In the areas of field operations, survey design, and statistical coordination. Over the years, she has held key positions in various wings of MOSPI, contributing significantly to the conduct and supervision of large-scale household and enterprise surveys. She provides leadership in planning, monitoring, and ensuring the quality of data collection across regional and zonal offices. Her efforts have been instrumental in strengthening field infrastructure, enhancing training initiatives, and improving the overall efficiency of survey operations nationwide. Welcome, ma'am. Lastly, we welcome Mr. Subramanya Rao. Mr. Rao is a senior officer in the Indian Statistical Service of the 2000 batch, currently serving as the Deputy Director General at the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. He has contributed significantly to India's statistical infrastructure. He has been involved in various divisions with the ministry, including the Coordination and Quality Control Division. His work encompasses overseeing the quality and coordination of national statistical data, ensuring adherence to standards, and facilitating the implementation of statistical systems across various government departments. We now request Professor Aditya to take over and moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the ADGs and MOSPI to be open to have this session to talk about challenges with the data. I would like to start with a short anecdote. I mean, we are still waiting for people to come in. So Mr. Salil gave us a very nice historical account of how NSS started. In fact, the way I learned about the history of NSS was in my PhD. My professor told, he showed us a documentary of NSS and then gave an exam, in the exam, a question on the documentary. So this is, I did my PhD in University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I don't know, so I was taught by Professor Anil Bera. I don't know if anybody, he's a very well-known statistician. So he has that Jark-Bera test of normality, is that Bera is Anil Bera. And he is a very strong Bengali, very thick accent and very big fan of ISI Kolkata and Mahanobis. So he showed a full documentary, 1 hour of last class. And he said, and I was there were only 2 Indian students. They were all Chinese, Argentinians, and they were all saying, what is this? Why should we learn about NSS? And but he gave a question on the final exam for 10 marks that what is the role of Mahabharata in the, so that's how I learned about NSS. And even like during my PhD, I had a lot of these questions regarding NSS data, and so I tried to reach out. It was really hard at that time. Now I have this amazing opportunity to directly talk to the ADGs of NSS. So I really appreciate your time, sir. So yeah, I had just asked. So this session, we are doing a slightly different version. So the first 45 minutes until 2:45, we're going to have this interactive session. So I've collected some questions from students and faculty regarding what are the challenges that they faced with using NSS data, and I have kind of distilled it into 4 or 5 key challenges, and I'll try to highlight that, and we'll discuss that, and then we'll have presentation from Abhishek and then Professor Krishnaraj. So that's the idea. So, so first of all, just to set the context, the way, the way NSS is used in research purposes is to answer fundamental questions on research, right? For instance, program effectiveness. So in in economics, there are other questions that you could answer in macroeconomics, in trade and trade models. And a very important aspect there is the panel nature of the data. So I also teach econometrics 1 here for PhD students. So I start off with showing cross-sectional data and then saying that there are issues with something called as omitted variable bias. So if you just take a cross-section, it gives you a good snapshot, that is good. And but it does not, you cannot answer new research questions. Like what is the effectiveness of a particular government service or government program? You need some kind of a time series, kind of a panel. Ideally, you would want a panel at the household level to see before and after that particular program. But yeah, we've discussed that it is very hard. So what we do typically in most of our research is we create a district level panel. So there are households. It is not a panel at the household level because we take repeated cross sections, and in a regression methodology, we are able to use district fixed effects because it is common across multiple rounds of NSS. So we use that variation. We need variation across time for many of our research questions, whether it is just empirical applied research. If you take methods of impact evaluation of difference in difference or instrumental variables or any of these methods, you need a panel nature. We also need variation in the data, even if you're trying to estimate a structural model. We need that. That is very, very essential. Otherwise, your estimates and that rigor is not there. Your estimates will be biased. So what we do is have this district level panel. So I think all of that I had asked like more than 30, 35 people responded. And what everybody does is to construct a district level panel. So one of the major challenges that every student researcher faces is to create that district level panel. So because the district level panel is so fundamental to research, to answering any research question, if you're not able to get that district level panel, it becomes very tricky to estimate the effect of anything or any kind of economic phenomenon. So one of the common themes, one of the kind of common key challenges that has been raised is, I think Rukmini had a good word, concordance. Right? Concordance of district IDs, district names, and this is common for household surveys and enterprise surveys. So you're unable to connect to that district year panel. So I just would like to request a few comments on that.
Hello. It's definitely it's a challenge. I do admit, and it's a challenge. So, if you want a concordance as a geography from historical data to current data, and that's a very impossible to do thing to do the other things. One way is that, as I think one presentation was there from organization that they want to see the common marker in area, which area this is there. But that also to get that common area marker throughout India is an Herculean task to do, first of all. Second thing is that if by doing, if we get the digital area, now we are proposing, actually in our conceptual stage it is there, now we have the DigiPin. So we are trying to embedding in our CAPI DigiPin. That is under, I'm not, cannot say commit that it will be done by short within these things. In my HSD, I am experimenting in this thing, the DigiPin integration. Simultaneously in urban, and there is another thing is called UFS, and they are just integrating, having MU with your ISRO. Okay. So that way, some sort of futuristic model. Now, I have a suggestion for the researcher for historical data. How can they do it? Yes. So for that, they can do it. One say call in household. They can find out the what is called some IID in our statistical concept is there. Yes. Independent. So similar line, we can have identical households. We can find out over the year. Say household type, composition, religion, or say you can say caste or social group. Sure. In this way, you can identify in various data sets of NSS earlier to current set of identical households, and then you give a marker on each of these households. Say if you grouped in 25 grouping of households, so each of these will have over the years, you have a continuous time series data. Now this is an assumption, but this composition is not that same, may not be, have some difficulties definitely, but that's only approximation. You can do it in our historical data. Right. But for geographical way of doing the things, since earlier there is no digital vector mapping or say shape files, yeah. Now we are even we try to integrate with our LGD coded villages where the 85% shape files are there. But it's I'm not sure whether we can do immediately this geographical boundary wise common identifier. Right. Because earlier that what is the madam showing that that particular district has been changed, and now change is also frequency. Why frequent? I have experience in my when I do the irrigation census. I'm working in other ministry recently in the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Oh, there the same problem is arising. So what happens in state governments? When government changes, they automatically get a number of districts and cutting. These are the changes. Now we have to fix somewhere some things, and then we have to build up the ID in that way. Location right. ID you have to build up. Exactly. Alternatively, in our household, that we are not disseminating because it is not practically all things are not validated. There are some lat-long features are there. Yeah. So lat-long wise, household IDs will be if we are possible to validate appropriately, then we can share lat-long. But then historical data you won't get it. Yeah. It's a post-CAPI, what Shalil nicely morning explained that how our transition is there. In that, when digital arena we have entered, there these things we can do. But before these things, we have to assume this composition of household type, some sorts of grouping you have to do for enterprise. So you'll have better idea. So we can suggest that anything can be done on that.
Yeah, but thank you, sir. But is there potential for doing some, I mean, yeah, we have to approximate at some point of time. Is there potential for doing such an approximation on such a, I mean, it'll be like a guideline for people who want to bridge different districts, provided by the ministry, and it has gone through some checks. I mean, this is the as best and approximate as possible. For instance, I mean, Shrug is we saw that presentation which has like a Shrug ID that is able to map through many data sets, multiple data sets, whether they're external or so that has that geocode in it, and it is an approximation. I mean, in a sense, it is kind of an approximation. But is there like ideally we would want like an NSS ID or a district ID for that can be mapped throughout, with some approximation. I mean,
in future, what that is also the idea behind of this. Our government is also that interconnecting all the data sets. In future, everything will be in the digital platform.
Yeah.
But as on today, historical data, you don't have any digital mapping. So some sorts of approximation, either from what Shark ID is done. It's I don't know exact features of the Shark ID. If we have this access to that, then we can also explore the Shark ID. But in our case, presently we are thinking DGPIN, one of the options.
Can you expand on that, sir? I think
DGPIN is a product of Ministry of Postal Department. So they have some grid system. Now, entire India, what is now PIN code, so then make it some 2 by 2 meter. In this way, next is 4 by 4, then 10 by 10, then kilometer by kilometer. So ultimate, there is one good structure is there.
Right.
So if in our survey in future, can we embed that particular village or in the village, that household or enterprise? In that way, we capture the DGPIN, and in the backend it's a lat long, and there is one API is also there. They are giving. So we are in a conversation with our vendor and other thing. Let's see what happens in future. Let's see.
And just a follow-up question on the enterprise surveys also. So there's a lot of students who use enterprise surveys. So there is a question that post 2010, ASI stopped releasing district information. So it makes it difficult to study the district level effects. So district level, if you don't know the district level identifiers, even kind of, the trend analysis kind of becomes difficult. And also the firm identifiers, of course, is very hard to be made public. But there has to be, to understand the firm behavior, or there has to be some kind of consistency across, so enterprise surveys, if there is any comments there.
But it is for the students to know, because what happens that students may desire to do some of the things using NSS data, and where that break comes and why does that come. We have to understand that what framework surveys are conducted for generating statistical information, very, very important. NSS, whatever does is the official statistics it generates through sample surveys. And one of the essential conditions for undertaking any sample survey and is enshrined by the United Nations in the fundamental principles. There are 10 fundamental principles, in fact, of the official statistics. And that is also a measure of how good official statistics is and how sustainable the collection of the official statistics would be. And one of the essential component is, it is for you to know so that you can actually limit your desire to have all. You can appreciate how can you not have all. One is the suppression of the confidentiality, or assuring the confidentiality of the unit. That unit could be a household, a person, an enterprise, or a registered enterprise like ASI. So when we collect information, we assure the responding unit that we will not reveal your identity, we will not release the unit level data, the micro data, in a format that will enable identification from the micro data file that it is this unit for which this information relates. Cannot do it. I don't know what was done in earlier But if it was done, it is violating maybe some respect the disclosure control provisions.
Yes.
So what NSS is at present doing, actually it is adhering to the disclosure principle enshrined in the United Nations guidelines for official statistics. So you can never have, either it is household or enterprise service. In no case you can identify for which household, for which enterprise, for which person the information relates. And the researchers has to work with this limitation. Now, how you can overcome this limitation?
Yes.
Now you have it, how you can overcome this limitation? From ESI, you can never have information on the district identifier. Because if I reveal the district identifier, in some districts there are only 1 or 2 or 3 types of enterprises of a particular, say, national industrial classification or particular product category. You can easily identify that this information relates to this particular district of this particular enterprise. Similarly for household service. In household service, we reveal the identity of the district to which the particular household belongs, but not which household of that particular district. That is not possible. That cannot be done. Now, what you can do in that case? In that case, what you can do, obviously, you can merge some of the similarly looking units to make again a panel. That is the only option that you may be doing also. As some of the households with similar characteristics, bearing similar characteristics, you can identify these are same. Now, if you want to do, actually, you mentioned one thing that actually struck me. If you want to study the impact of a particular plan, a scheme, a program, by tracking the household over time, that is a very, very, very particular case study type. That in the large scale sample service, that cannot be attained. Because in no case, we can identify that this is the household which got this program in the year 2023. This is the household which has the impact of the program in the 2025. You cannot have it. But what you can have, in spite of losing such information, such granularity of information you cannot ever have from sample service. But what you can do, you can still know that for any survey, whether it is a panel survey or cross-sectional survey, if it is a repeat survey, say every year we are doing, ASUS every year we are doing, ASI every year we are doing, TLFS every year we are doing. Now, these type of repeat surveys has a very important characteristics. Every year, the sample represents population. That means every year, suppose 10,000 or 20,000 first stage units we have selected, this represents your 28 crore households of India. If we select 1.2 lakh households in a particular round, it represents all the 28 to 30 lakh households in India. Every year it represents. So, broad sense, that constitutes a panel to study at least.
Yeah.
Fine.
Thank you. That was very key information. I mean, I didn't quite know. Thank you for that information. We didn't know that you can back calculate which district a particular industry has come from, because there are very few industries in a particular district, which violates some of these. So I hope it was useful for the students who asked about district identifiers for the enterprise service. So there are other questions on differences in sampling frames across different years of PLFS and the employment surveys. So the micro identifiers are not stable. So for instance, PLFS 17-18 and 18-19 rounds were released, but one could not track the rotational panel, urban kind of panel, because the IDs were changed between rounds. So yeah, and then I think it was changed back. So yeah, I mean, in terms of if you also want to map the older employment surveys to PLFS, so how should researchers think about? That is the number one. And second question is, so we also heard that now PLFS is now representative at the month level. So it's gone from quarterly to month level. So for people who are looking at trends, how should they go about doing it? Can we continue to do it at the month level now? from quarter to month. So is there any caveats in that? Yeah. So.
Answering to your last question is that, see, earlier it's a quarterly. Now is from this January 2025, it's a panel is entirely different. So there is no relation with the earlier panel. So it's in separate selection, and frame is also
So you're
actually
saying
updated.
the urban panel is completely different, right? You're saying the urban rotational panel.
Just think, because we fixed villages are 2011s, okay.
Right.
But from 2000, some villages are continuously urbanized.
Correct.
So that continuous urbanization process has been captured in our own survey that is called Urban Frame Survey. So we are reducing from the rural frame that area and merge it in our urban area. So our urban area is enhanced, and simultaneously rural area is shrinked. So that's a continuous process.
Okay.
But that particular village, if completely goes out from that rural area, it will become in the urban frame survey. So when these things are, and the 2025 that selection process is done, and then earlier year 2017 panel, there's two different time frames. So some of the things are definitely not, that's an updated. That is one question. And then monthly.
Yeah.
And monthly
now from
is
Jan
that
2025, people who are using from Jan 2025, the new PLFS.
Yes.
Yeah. Should they be careful about, because now it is at the month level? Can we continue to do the trend analysis as before, or yeah?
Trend analysis at the quarterly level or month level you want to do?
Now, I mean, we are able to, can you track from 17 onwards?
If you, that's the earlier what I also explained and Shalil also explained. If you wanted to track earlier US survey.
Just the district level. Yeah.
No, just district, okay.
Yeah.
Now, district is, because district is also not a constant figure, and its boundaries are changed. Earlier, which are the, say, 70s, which are the districts named, say, in our area, South Chobbish Pargana, it is not that South Chobbish Pargana.
Yes.
Nowadays, that is part of is going to Calcutta. So that's a continuous process is already happening. So, but if you want that, you want to map district A constantly over the years, then district A area is not fixed.
I see.
Over the years, district A area has been changed, and that's every government's as per their administrative convenience they are doing. So, solution to geography is only digital way of, because a country boundary is fixed. Within country, different boundary. If you make it a hypothetical, this lat long figure or grid system, then that can be done. Now, this grid system is the post effect. How this post effect thing can we map in earlier thing? That's task. Even that task is feasible also. If it is that earlier India, the Survey of India shares the map. For the Survey of India, they claim that 85% of this is there. Some of the 11 states like Assam and other, they don't have the digital map. Other digital map are there. Now, to integrate with digital map with our frame and do this exercise, and that's an Herculean task. And it's a interministerial job. So we are, it's a thought process. I cannot say that it will be done within a short period or another thing. And Rao want to say something.
I just want to add that in addition to the monthly reports, we also bring out quarterly and annual reports. So for the trend analysis, you can continue to use that.
And there are a lot of other questions there from students asking if there is some medium or forum through which they can ask. So if they have any issues with NSS data, is there any way if we can, so that would be very helpful, sir.
I think in ministry website.
In ministry's website, we have a separate section for this. So the students and researchers, they are referring their questions, and we have a DID the section which are the handling the IT related issues, they are referring to the respective divisions, and respective divisions, they are responding back to the students and the researchers. So there is already a system of the queries.
I understand what you want, some chatbot type. You type the question immediately from that type of things are available, answer all the queries are the thing. So
In addition to that, we are in the process of developing a separate web page where for the different products of the MOSPI, there will be drop-down menus where the individual can choose the particular MOSPI product and also the query, and that will be addressed with a particular division.
Suggest to the students that whenever you want to do with any NSS data set, please go through the README file properly. Whether you read any other material, documents, instruction or not, you go through very minutely the README file. It will explain many of your queries. And even after that, if something remains, we are here. Whether we are in Calcutta or Delhi, we are always here to answer your queries. But my submission is that go through the README file very, very minutely. It explains, in fact, everything that can be done with the data and that which cannot be done with the data also in some cases. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So sure.
Just to add to that, a simple answer how to contact us. You can look at the who's and who of the ministry, and in the report itself, you will find out which division is dealing with that, and you will get the email ID of the division, and that email will go to the concerned divisional head, and it will be addressed accordingly. If that is a suggestion, that will be taken up for further incorporation and all. But if you need some guidance or a contact person for discussion, that kind of communication also, we are open to that. We are attending to the emails received to us also.
Yeah, and one other request from students is for the data format that is shared, the NSS data format is still, you have to download and install the NetStar, and then so there are some, could it be available in the future and machine readable, just like .csv, or I think everybody uses Stata, Stata data set, or yeah, because it's kind of repetitive every time, we have to,
at present, all the data in the microdata portal or e-Shankiki portal, where this downloadable these are in CSV format. So if you that there, you have to just one single registration. You want to say something?
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's very convert the TXT CSV.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I guess we are still maybe using the old old data set.
It's done.
Things are changing very dynamically.
Not only the microdata, beyond that, there are something. The reports. Some of our reports runs in 2000 pages. This contains enough generated fields, estimates, indicators. Consider time use survey. The report runs in nearly 2000 pages. The SAS report, it runs in nearly 2500 pages. The ASUS report, it runs more than 1500, 800 pages. Now, these contain lots of generated data, but don't think that these are only in PDF. You will find in the report, there's a hyperlink is created with all the corresponding Excel files. Yeah. So you can use that also. Yeah, so I mean, consciously what we do in ENSD and HSD these days, we ensure that not only the unit level data has some tools to download in your preferred format, but the report itself contains the hyperlink to access the Excel data of those tables which are presented in the report in PDF format.
That is the number of times that I've done PDF to Excel conversions. So that is very useful. So I would like to open it up to questions from the audience, students. We can collect questions. Yeah. It's okay, no, just pass it on to.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I'm Karthikeya from Azim Premji University. So this ASI district identifier is something that we've been dealing with for some time. I understand the concern regarding privacy of the company, but sir, at the same time, when the economic census comes out, the district identifier will be there. So if there is just one such NIC firm in that district, either way we'll get to know. Either the census hasn't come out in 2018. So how do you kind of resolve this contradiction? I'm just curious because we would love to use ASI with identifiers. Thank you.
Rest assured, you will never get from ASI the identifier of the surveyed unit. We will consciously try to not to reveal it, not to release it. We cannot. We cannot just assuring the unit that I am taking with the assurance that I will not even share with any other government departments, and then I collect and reveal it. It cannot happen. So you will never have it. But at the same time, you can still request to DIID. They have a panel. They create a panel. You cannot still know which unit, but the similar unit you can track year after year. Make a request to DIID. Okay, and then they will create the panel and they can give it to you for some of the units. Okay, but we cannot actually. No statistical organization in the world can reveal the identity of the unit for which the data relates.
Any more questions from students which have not covered in my? Everybody's had a very good meal and so this is your chance. I mean, you can have so many questions on NSS and this is your chance to ask. And Vivek, yes, okay. Yes, of course. Yeah.
So this is actually about something that hasn't come up today, but I'm taking the advantage of so many experts here in one place. This is about second stage stratification. And recently we've been sort of looking at some of the literature on that, when you go to the FSU and you decide, okay, what should be stratification on? And that has changed over time also in the NSSO. It used to be MPC based, and then PLFS, it came to education, and other surveys do it differently. So anything that the panel can share on the learnings about what has worked and what has not worked in second stage stratification, and what is the thinking behind choosing a particular dimension? Let's say in the PLFS case, education, number of people with a certain level of education. What is the thinking that goes behind choosing that kind of dimension?
Basic idea of the identification of the second stage stratification variable is the correlation with the study variable. So that means what we object to study survey. So PLFS is basically the employment rate or labor force statistics. So in this context, earlier use a normally MPC criterion. So and normally MPC earlier more or less, and nowadays also, it's a large characteristic which encapsulates all other things in the MPC. That means at the expenditure level, assuming that particular household will have access of all the other liberties and education and other thing. That's the assumptions made. But you are right. There is no study conducted by NSSO that over the years, the second stage stratification variable changes, and there what is the output, whether is changed or not. That is not done.
I had a follow-up question on that. So regarding stratification, I was just mentioning to you. So you choose a survey variable and then, select the sample, you get the sample size, like MPC or labor market. But we use, and then for that MPC, for consumption, it will be representative at the district level, national level. But we work on, for instance, consumption survey, we work on so many other, like hundreds of variables are collected with that main sample variable. So for instance, Rukmini's presentation showed electricity, access to water, tap water. So but that is not the survey variable. Can we interpret that as nationally representative, or will it have some sampling error? Or
See, first of all, in one way, answer is that one survey cannot answer all questions. That's the thing.
Yes.
This is one thing.
Yes.
But to make it much more simpler, see, ideally, if we have liberty to find a lot of stratification variables, we can do it. But this is a survey, so we have to depend on the respondent. So ideally, you know that we don't have a list of household frame in India.
Correct.
So we have to prepare frame in between. That is two-stage stratification. That's a two-stage sampling design is there. First stage already from the frame, that is census or urban or frame. Second, we are going and then we are listing. That's one by one. And that's a job. In the job process, it is not the job of the enumerator itself. It's a respondent also giving the information that all these other character variable.
Yes.
Suppose I am asking a respondent 8-9 questions. Ideally,
Yes.
it's okay, good. And then classify, I can do that set of 250 households in a small group. All are homogeneous. So our representationness would be much more better.
Yes.
It's ideal thing.
Yes.
But it not be implementable at the practical level, because then already resistance will come. In the morning, there is one question. There are a lot of ideas of people that NSSO surveys are response rate is very high, non-response is very low. But there is another dimension is there. There is a gated community, another
Yes.
is there in your record thing. You raised might have been the questions. We have a mechanism of substitution. So in the data itself, we substitute FSU, we substitute household. So in the final data, you don't know that earlier particular household has been refused to give the information on non-availability or any other reason. So we substitute. And in last 3-4 rounds, it's a continuous substitution mechanism. Earlier, 2 substitution, and then we make it as a casualty. So that means we adjust the weights.
Right.
Now we are not adjusting the weights there, so we make it continuous process.
Right.
So I don't say which are right, which are wrong. I am not going to that debate on this issue. But point is that from there, it is there is a non-response. Yes. Definitely there are response. Definitely there is a problem in gated communities. And they are sorted out in some different way.
Right.
By finding out identical households in that particular stratum cause domain that is chosen, another households. This is the way we work.
But can it be, yes, Rupa, yeah. No, please go ahead. Yes. Can you pass on the mic? Yeah. Last question, and then we'll move to the next. No, please.
Sorry, I have two small questions. One is about particularly when there is a methodology change, there's often pilot studies that are done. For example, in the case of the HCES most recently. But as far as I know, the findings of those pilot studies are not made public. Is that the case? Could that be something that could be shared? That's one. The second is this related to the question that was asked just now about this auxiliary variables. So we understand and we read the documentation around some auxiliary variables which should not be used in analysis. And we understand that they might be either not validated enough. There are various reasons, but some of these seem to be very fundamental variables around things like education, etc. So those seem like relatively, to me from outside, seem like relatively simple questions. Why is it that things like education have gone into the auxiliary variables category?
Why education is not taken as a
Is an auxiliary
in a survey?
variable.
In PLFS, education as a criterion for stratification?
No, in some other surveys, I think for HCS, for example, or CAMP.
ACS, we are not making education as a stratification variable. ACS, our main objective is distribution one, another is the total. That's the main two objectives. Then after a post-third. Now there ACS is main problem from the people is that that's a huge questionnaire and people are not responding. And NSC already recommended after going through all these things that ideally you should have 45 to 50 minutes on things. But that's beyond, then how to do it? Now, it was historically one round was dedicated for them. That NSC chairman was Professor Pranupshan. So 72nd round. So there is entire debate was there within this, how to do it. A lot of methodologies were suggested. At the end, this methodology is the splitting of the things. Ideally, it is then, can we do the two different set of households? Then there is a question of how do we calculate the distribution. So it's a deferred visits. Splitting the household in, splitting the questionnaire in three forms, and it's a deferred visits. And then there are a lot of debate also. If deferred visits, then household characteristic might in the deferred within this 3 months span, deferred is maybe change or not change. But that is an assumption. Ultimately, we have to somewhere we have to make some assumption. Regarding pilot, yes, some of the earlier, normally we do pilot. Like here we have to do our, you can say, income survey. We have done it. And that income survey pilot results is only in the website. It is already uploaded, how the people responded, how our questionnaires are there. That is already in the website there. So we are doing also, the pilot results are also coming to the, even that's it.
Just to supplement this, a pilot study was done, in fact, in 2 phases for developing the methodology and survey instruments to undertake an all India incorporated service sector enterprises. And we released the technical report, we call it, not a full-fledged report, the technical report of the pilot study in our website, mosby.gov.in. And it brings out, among other things, the usability of the questionnaire, the collectability of the information, and the experiences of the pilot. Though these are for the internal consumption, still we keep it in our public domain to understand how much effort we put and what is the result of that effort. Fine. And regarding stratification, it is for more for the students to know why we do stratification. Primarily, there are 2 broad actually guidelines for undertaking and stratification. As Professor Amit Basuli in the morning was mentioning about the unemployment rate. If we go for the labor market survey, what is the most important indicator? It is the unemployment rate. If you know the unemployment rate, you know labor force, you know how many unutilized portion of the labor force is staying in the country. So, and this is the rarest event. Among all the rates you will find, labor force participation rate 65%, worker population ratio 63%, unemployment rate 3.2%. If the event is rare, so if I do a random sample without making some groups, what we call strata, you don't know how many of those rare events will be in your population, in your sample. So what will happen? Your analysis will be restricted. Obstacle will be there in your final analysis. So we do make stratification primarily with the 2 goals. One, making representation of the rare events in my sample, one thing. Second, when we do the grouping, we ensure that the groups are bit of homogeneous. So if I make 5 strata, within strata, the groups are homogeneous. So what happens? I draw sample for all the 5 strata. So I get all the heterogeneity that exists in the population through the homogeneity in those groups. And another thing, in our surveys, it is a multi-indicator survey. You cannot find an auxiliary variable fitting into all these multiple indicators. So we call something called key indicators. Go for labor force survey, what could be the key indicators? Labor force participation rate, worker population ratio, unemployment rate. If you go for ASUS, what could be the key indicator. It's the number of enterprises, number of workers, GPA per worker, GPA per enterprise, emolument per worker, something like this. So find a variable which at least can explain this properly. And the rest we can think of will be taken care of somehow. So that is the guiding principle for stratification that we adopt. But at the same time, making different stratification does not necessarily make the repeat surveys incomparable. They still remain representative of the population. They are still subject to drawing inference in the same fashion that can be done over a period of time. Only you can use it as a caveat that stratification changed.
In fact, I mean, I have also looked at NSS surveys over the last 20 years and then checked for other variables like drinking water, access to drinking water, and mapped it with census. And it basically it is representative at the national. There's no too much jumps, and so it's a fair assumption to make that it is even the other variables are also kind of nationally representative. But now let us change gears. I would like to thank the panelists for patiently listening to our questions and answering each one of our questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists. I would request Professor Aditya to provide them with a token of gratitude. Just a minute, sir. And
Which one? Which one?
thank you once again, panelists. I now welcome Mr. Abhishek, who is a researcher at Data for India. He has extensively worked on NSSO data and has written insightful blogs and articles on Data for India platform. Over to you, Mr. Abhishek.
Occupants.
This, right?
Hi. So, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, IIMB. Thank you, MOSPI, for designing this one-day symposium and inviting me here. Without much introduction, I'll go into what I'm going to say. A lot has been talked about today on what NSS surveys do and they don't, and how they have evolved over time. I have been a user of NSS data for more than 5-6 years, but in the last 2-3 years, I've been using it very extensively
and I feel very fortunate to be able to understand India to this depth, and courtesy only NSS data. I'll try to be very succinct, and in 10 to 15 minutes, I'll try to first share how we use data at Data for India, how we use NSS datasets. I'll mention a few characteristics that help us a lot, and a few places which we have found. The reason I have these many like words in this slide is when people think about themselves, or when people think about data or the country, they don't think in just one line or one plane. I think someone mentioned in one of the previous talks that it's very like thinking subjectively about oneself, and thinking about a country or official statistics or national statistics is a very different thing altogether. So people think about themselves like in these ways and many more ways, but these are some of the most common questions that one thinks about oneself. And this is actually how this actually defines a country, it actually defines a society. And NSS surveys actually cater to these things. The expenditure done by a household on various goods and services is captured in the household consumption expenditure survey, for example. But when it comes to Data for India, what we try to do is, on the one hand, we have the complexity involved in the generation of survey datasets, that are representative of the population. And on the other hand, we have the layperson, the lay readers, who are totally they are a mutually exclusive set from the generators of the data. So they don't understand that language. They have to be told, they have to be communicated whatever the data has in a very different language. And that's what we try to do. So on one hand, we have the data set, on the other hand, we have the readers, and both of them actually are interested in these questions. There are, in our experience, what we have found is there are three different kinds of data sets that we use. One is surveys, and where we can access the unit level data. The other is surveys where some aggregated reports are made available to us, but we are not able to, or we don't have access to the unit level data. And then there's the administrative data, which is actually generated from institutions or from direct, like sometimes the data covers the entire country, all households, but it is shared with us in the form of aggregated reports. In this, you'll observe that NSS, the first column, NSS surveys are one of the most used surveys, datasets at Data for India. The way we use this data, NSS datasets usually has these many steps. The first part usually, we do spend a lot of time on each of these steps to understand the source, to understand the format of the data, to read the documentation carefully, and then when we upload it to a tool that we have, which we use to query all survey datasets, we test it first, we match our numbers with the report, and then we go on to query it further, create some summary and descriptive statistics from it, and then document whatever steps we are taking to create those estimates. In the last 2 years that I've been using NSS data and accessing the unit level data, we have observed that the documentation, the detailing in the documentation, and the variety of documents that are presented with the survey data set on the microdata website is very helpful. If we go through it, it is time consuming because it takes a lot of time to read through all the documents. But when you do that, it is very helpful and answers almost all the questions. But a few still remain after we read them. And that may have to do with my background. I'm not an economics graduate. I'm not a statistics graduate. But yeah, it does help for a person like me to even a person like me to go through and to scan the data set. I also think that some minutiae like these, that column formats now are like the variables in the survey data sets, they are now much formatted in a much better manner. I have seen some integers in some previous data sets which have been formatted as strings, and it has been slightly tough to always convert them and then use them. But now that has also been taken care of. A common identifier creation is almost like a one-click process now because of and that is a very good thing. And finally, which everyone has mentioned today, which is a prospective calendar to which the department sticks to, has been very helpful, and it's been for an organization like us, it's been very good to plan our work as well. Then I have 2 to 3 minutes or 2 to 3 slides on how we have observed, or I have observed that observed some things which may improve improve the experience of any data user while working with NSS datasets. There are, I think, Dr. Salil mentioned in one of his answers here that the README file is very important. Similarly, we have also found that that published official reports, they also at times have information on some conditions, some inclusions and exclusions that have been done to create those estimates. But I have observed that at times it's in the official report, at times it's in the README file, it's also in the estimation procedure document, and you also find some good insights in the concepts and definitions note. It would be probably helpful if these inclusions, exclusions, filters, and conditions are documented in one document, which actually help us get accurate results and match with the report. Similarly, number 4, we found that there's a imputed rent, an item in the services consumable in HCES. We have to remove that from the calculation to get the accurate consumption expenditure. Then there's this is a very specific thing that I've observed, which is possibly having computed columns, similar to how the CWS, or current weekly status, is a column that is computed from daily activities. If such columns are readily computed for other surveys as well, that could help. For instance, in CAMS, in the comprehensive annual modular survey, it is not straightforward to come up with the highest level of completed level of education, since the data set originally has the enrollment status and not the completed status. Something that has been touched upon, which is all enterprise surveys. Currently, there are 2 annual enterprise surveys, and the third one, ASSE, will be coming next year. It could be, I mean, I'm wondering whether it would be possible to have similar kind of tabulation for each of these surveys. Right now, the tabulation is very different, and if you are thinking of both the areas of say of the economy, which is incorporated and unincorporated, you have to go to a different zone to look at ASUS and a different zone to look at ASI. This is also, I think, Mr. Bakshi mentioned about going in the past in terms of like the difficulty of going in the past. So it's in terms of the national industrial classification, this is something that we have observed time and again, is that to accurately understand employment or value added or the number of enterprises in a particular industry, it is important to correctly map it to the correct industry over time. And for that, you need a concordance between the NIC rounds, not just the most recent ones, but also some of the like the past NIC rounds as well. So my request to the ministry, I have also voiced it in person to some of the ADGs. But I have a request that if with the new NIC 2025, if you come up with a long-term concordance, that could be very helpful for time series creation. And finally, I would like to mention that in terms of, say, NIC, if the labels are also attached to the variables, currently they are released as reports with in the survey documentation. But if the NIC code descriptions are also attached as value labels, that could also help. Column level documentation will also be very helpful. And number 4 has also been discussed, which is if we could get some sense of if the non-response rates have increased or reduced, and in which demographic slice did we find a higher non-response rate, that could also be helpful. Thank you very much. If you have any quick questions, I'll be happy to answer. Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. I request Professor Aditya to facilitate Mr. Abhishek. I now welcome Professor Krishnaraj. Dr. Krishnaraj is a professor at Center for Economic Studies and Policy, Institute for Social Change and Economic Change, Bangalore. Sorry. Institute for Social and Economic Change, apologies, Bangalore. He has a successful 26 years of service as a researcher, teacher, supervisor, policy advisor to central and state governments, and expert committee member for various committees. He obtained a PhD in economics from the University of Mysore. His research focuses on environmental economics, inclusive growth, economics of natural resources, climate change, and sustainable development. He is the recipient of the prestigious Karnataka State Environment Award for the year 2024-25, instituted by the Department of Forest, Ecology and Environment, Government of Karnataka, for his outstanding contribution to environmental management and policy. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. I have not prepared any PPT presentation, thinking that it is a panel discussion and the moderator will ask some difficult question and we can think and answer. That was the idea. Anyhow, I really congratulate MOSPI, particularly NSSO, for having completed 75 years of its service to the nation. And it is not a easy task, and collection of data and dissemination of data and how it can help the country's progress can be mapped over a period of time. When I heard about the secretary's presentation in the morning, he delineated the achievements of NSSO over a period of time in filling the data gap on the lines of the founder father of NSSO, PC Mahalanobis in 1950. Dr. V.K. R.V. Rao, he was also part of that first commission. He is also founder of Institute for Social and Economic Change, who estimated national income for the country along with other experts. So ISEC has been one of the institutes which has used NSSO data for research. Our students have benefited largely by analyzing the various rounds of NSSO data. Much of the research earlier they used to conduct based on the secondary data. NSSO was one of the data source they have used. However, nowadays we are moving towards more development studies, and there are few economic students because of various reasons. So I was one of the economic students. I ventured into a topic which was not well studied way back in 1995. There were only I could find two reports at the international level. Sorry, One is that way back in 1987, there was a Brundtland Commission report. It is on World Commission on Environment and Development. This is popularly known as Our Common Future, that defined the concept called sustainable development. Later, World Bank came out with a report, Environment and Development, in 1992. So those were the two reports, and there were books, but they were in foreign countries. And there we found that there are no data sources for conducting studies in the field of environment. Environmental studies were not possible at that time. So luckily, the World Bank came out with a faculty upgradation program, and it supported purchasing of books in the area of environmental economics. We were the beneficiaries to undergo the training, and we got lots of books purchased from the various publishers like Edward Elgar, Earthscan, and others. So that has benefited. But when the MOSPI was not producing any report on environmental statistics at that time, there were some statistics available with the private agencies. That was Down to Earth used to, that is Center for Science and Environment used to publish State of Environment report. Apart from that, the Hindu used to publish the Hindu Survey on Environment, Hindu Survey on Industry, etc. So later, the MOSPI started producing environmental statistics. Earlier, they used to call Compendium of Environmental Statistics. Now they call it ENVI Statistics. So I have gone through the recent report, 2025. So lots of data have been collected from various secondary sources and put it together. It is not based on survey. It is based on secondary sources of data. There, the secretary was telling, pulling the data from various departments and putting it in one report. That also helps in understanding how the economy, environment, and society, they are moving, and all the data sets available in the public domain, or is discrepancy or not. I'll come to that one, data discrepancy, later. So I can lay on 3 or 4 reports. The MOSPI has done a wonderful work, and I can take first report is that the MOSPI, I think when the environment minister was Jairam, I think Jairam Ramesh, I think, correct. So he initiated a constituted expert committee under the Partha Das Gupta. This committee mainly worked on the developing green green accounting. So converting the present system of accounts, national accounts, to green accounts, that is green GDP accounts. So he prepared a very good report and submitted to the MOSPI, and that report is available. And the second report, I can say, this is the environmental statistics. That is also a very good report. And they have a environmental ENVIS report. Various research organizations, they provide inputs to ENVIS report. In Karnataka, the EMPRI, I think, it provides. But I request MOSPI to consider ISEC also to provide these basic data for the ENVIS report. And third and most important report I can say is that recently they came out with environmental accounting for forest. It is latest report released last month. I have not gone through properly. And what I understand from this report is that they have done an excellent work in terms of estimation of natural account, especially forest accounts. And they come out with a figure called the forest cover has been increased over a period of time, that to 25.73%. And they have defined and
redefine the definition of forest, including forest trees or private forest trees and forest cover also. So this makes that there is some statistics which are for the global needs might have changed, but the reality one needs to check. That is the thing I want to mention here. So this report, after I gone through, what is more important is that placing income on the forest is more important than the physical accounting of forest. So placing income, the wealth of the forest in terms of its value has been changed over a period of time because of various ecosystem services they are providing to the public or to the society. For example, given the climate change, increasing climate change from 1 degree Celsius to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2040, and later at the end of this century, 2 degrees Celsius. So these type of natural resources conservation are very important, and data sets are more important. And value addition is that the estimation using various available techniques, including revealed preference and stated preference methods. So basically, they use available data, but the MASPI or NSSO can think of using or combining both revealed preference and stated preference method that can add value to the these type of surveys. Recently, I come across one paper, one piece written by Jean Reich. Is an internationally known economist, and he was popularly known for poverty and unemployment estimates, and also he was the instrumental in bringing the Mahatma Gandhi Narega program in India. He lives in India, in Jharkhand. So he has written one very interesting paper where he mentioned that according to Department of Agriculture, the food production, especially cereal production, has increased to 300 million. Whereas your consumption survey, that is expenditure or consumption of cereals survey, shows that around 150 million cereals has been used by aggregating the total population of the country, taking into account 1.38 billion. Around per person consumes in rural areas 9.15 kgs, and urban areas are less than around 8. So when the country produces 300 millions of cereals and consumes half of it, where the remaining half of has gone. So that article explains that, okay, if take 10% of wastage or buffer stock, and that cereals goes for production of biscuits and ethanol and other things, but still a large proportion of these cereals are unaccounted. So he connects that issue to the inflation, food inflation. If excessive production of cereals are there, and it is also available in the Indian market, why the food inflation, particularly the basket of cereals inflation, which is high among the WPI, is increasing over a period of time. So this type of statistical questions unanswered, that gives an input to the MASPI or NSSO to rethink and combine the data, as you rightly mentioned. So discuss with the Agriculture Department, Ministry of Forest and Agriculture, sorry, Ministry of Farmers Welfare and Agriculture, what is going on in this way. So there are ways to do the things by the MASPI, because this symposium is organized to provide some feedback and inputs. The main inputs I would think of here is that there are international statistics. They are collected by the multilateral organizations, including IMF, IBRD, FAO, UNEP, IPCC, many other organizations they collect. But those data and their methodology and their standardization, India needs to meet. Then only we can standardize our income data or wealth data with their own data. We don't have income data, therefore efforts are being made nowadays to collect the income data, but consumption expenditure data is there. But still, if you look at the recent report by the World Bank, the poverty levels in India has been reduced drastically. So that gives an idea that somewhere we need to think of organizations which collect the data have some issues with the concepts or definition of the concepts. So this gives some suspicion that needs to be clarified by the MASPI and NSSO. And in this regard, they need to rework on these things. Second thing is that see there are subjects which are not being covered by the NSSO. For example, of course, you mentioned common property resources. Earlier, one NSSO survey has been done, and a new CPR survey will be conducted very soon. I am very happy about that. But there are several other issues. Recently, I went to Goa, and there was a conference by IIT Kanpur. It is on just transition. So almost all 100 PhD students have come. They are working on the energy transition, net zero emission, likewise. So energy transition, decarbonization, and these are all the some of the areas, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. These are the some of the areas they are emerging with the international agreements like Kyoto Protocol and Paris agreements, and India is also signatory for those agreements. So those type of studies are much helpful for the younger students who are eager to do research on emerging areas. I did a study on traffic congestion. That time we don't have proper data, but still we used to collect some data. And I worked for the NGT, and in order to estimate environmental compensation, we don't have data. So I work for the another committee called asset monetization, but there are no inventorization of assets now. How to make asset to monetize. So these are all the some of the problems we face as a researcher, and MASPI and NSSO can come out with some of the areas they need to do. So there are also, I can mention that there are private agencies, data collectors like CM, what do you call it as, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, CMI data source, and statistics data. Other sources are coming up. But we the researcher, we rely more on governmental sources of data, government data. Therefore, I think MASPI and NSSO, they come out with some of the areas or subjects which are not being covered so far, and they are traditionally going for same subject and need to expand. So I can recall what Charles Darwin said. Even secretary, while we were taking dinner, sorry, lunch, we were talking. So in order to survive in this world, we need to adapt to the new situations. So the Charles Darwin says the same thing. It is not the strongest or the intelligent person or habitat or the species which survives who adapts to the situation, new conditions, those survive. For example, COVID is the example where we survived because of isolation ourselves in our homes and taking medicines, etc. So in this way, the NSSO can also rethink on these lines and come out with new data sets which are highly useful, not only for these helping the studies, more importantly to monitor the economies, monitor the environment, monitor the societal well-being, societal welfare. That is more important. So in this context, there are new and emerging areas that needs to be considered for the survey. And more importantly, the state environmental statistics division needs to be strengthened with capacity building and also providing fund and developing infrastructure that can also help the development of the statistics at the state level, because you're going for district level census surveys, then certainly we need to develop the statistics divisions at the state level. So, so my only submission to NSSO is that after conducting these type of large-scale surveys, and you need to disseminate with some of the research organizations like ISEC, IAM, and Jim Premji and SI, how to use these type of data sets. And of course, it is very difficult to go through all the concepts and definitions provided by the MASP or NSSO. But it is better to have interaction after the publication of the report or releasing of the data that can also help to have a collaborative type of research to improvisation of the data sets. So I stop here. Thank you for your patient hearing and also giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Krishnaraj. I would request Professor Aditya to felicitate Professor Krishnaraj. We have a quick coffee break now, post this. Please be back to the auditorium by 3:40. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be good if you are here by 3:35, 3:40. Okay, 3:40. Just a 5-minute break, and then I think people will want.
So this ID, classroom, right? Classroom n@imb
dot ac dot in classroom and
@imb.ac.in. Yeah.
you okay?
Yes, yes. Okay. And my turn. We'll take on the next one.
You have the other presentations? No, I think
All those things completed. Your name, sir? Mm. Can I get the mobile? Once we need to verify it. Yes, sure. Yeah. Okay, sure.
I would now like to introduce our final panelists for the day, who will be discussing the future relevance of I would request Professor Pulak Ghosh from IIMB, Professor Madhuri Swaminathan from ISI, Professor Bharat Ramaswamy from Ashoka University, and Dr. Surjit Bhalla and Professor Amit Pasole to take their seats. Professor Pulak Ghosh is a professor in the Decision Sciences area in IIMB. He's a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister. He is one of India's leading experts in applied statistics, machine learning, and data-driven policy research with a strong interdisciplinary body of work across economics, finance, and health. Professor Ghosh has advised several government bodies and international organizations on data systems, including the Reserve Bank of India, UIDAI, and the Ministry of Statistics. His work has been published widely in the top international journals, and we are delighted to have him with us today to share his insights on the evolving role of data in public policy and research. Professor Bharat Ramaswamy is a professor of economics at Ashoka. He is one of India's most respected development economists with extensive research on agriculture, food policy, trade, and rural development. Prior to joining Ashoka, Professor Ramaswamy served on the faculty of the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi, and has held visiting positions at several leading international universities. He was awarded the Mahalanobis Memorial Medal by the Indian Econometric Society in 2004 for his contributions to quantitative economics. We are honored to have him with us today to share his insights on the intersection of data, policy, and development research. Dr. Surjit Bhalla is one of India's distinguished economists. Dr. Bhalla has served in several key policy roles, such as the Executive Director for India at the International Monetary Fund. And Dr. Bhalla has also been a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the second Modi government. He is an author of several influential books on India's economic reforms, inequality, and globalization. He has been a long-time voice on data-driven policy debates. We are privileged to have him with us today and look forward to hearing his perspectives on India's evolving data and policy landscape. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Madhura Swaminathan. Professor Swaminathan is a professor at the Indian Statistical Institute, Bangalore. Her research interests are in the development, economics, and agricultural policy space. Professor Swaminathan is also the chairperson of the M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation in Chennai. Her work and research spans across food security, rural livelihoods, and inequality, with a strong emphasis on empirical evidence from field studies. She has served on numerous national committees on agriculture and nutrition and has been deeply engaged with questions of equity and sustainability in India's development trajectory. We are delighted to have her with us today to share her insights on consumption data and inclusive growth. And we welcome once again Professor Amit Basole, a professor of economics and the head of the Center for Sustainable Employment at Azim Premji University. Professor Basole has led the creation of the State and Working India reports, which have become a key reference in India's labor market dynamics. I now request Professor Amit Basole to take over and moderate the session.
Thank you. The only thing more embarrassing than having your bio read is having it read 2 times. So thanks so much. So we have an hour and 10 minutes, Aditya, is that right? Yeah. So there are a couple of, so I'm going to jump right into it. There are a couple of different things that people wanted. One was a sort of, from the panel, one was more of an informal Q&A around the central question of unit level data and its relevance, but also Professor Ramaswamy has a PPT as well. So I'm going to try and accommodate both things. Hopefully we'll have a bit more of a conversation. If people have informal remarks to make, but if you have a formal presentation, please feel free to make that as well. And Professor Bhalla has to leave, I believe, at 4:30. So we'll go with him first. And then if we have time for a response, we'll come to you and we'll see, we'll play it by ear. The theme as listed on the program is the future relevance of unit level data. Now within that very broad frame, everybody knows what we've been talking about today. I will leave it to you to interpret it in whatever way you feel. So please start, sir, and then we can carry on from there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I want to apologize. I have to leave early, so it has nothing to do with the audience or the panel or Amit. Okay, I want to just make a few points. First, on the quality of data and the frequency of data and the timeliness of data. And a lot very positive things have been said, which should have been said, on the quality of data and the improvement in the timeliness, etc. This is a genuine breakthrough in Indian data, and everybody has rightfully acknowledged it. Now, I come from a tribe that believed in the following dictum, that the mark of a good economist is what she does with bad data, because everybody can do good things with good data. So I'm afraid my tribe is going to become extinct, but there is a benefit to the rest of the community that they will now have better data to deal with questions. On data, it's little known that everybody wants to compare, rightfully, I think, in many ways, China and India. So I just want to enlighten you as to how China deals with data. The income or consumption distribution data that China has, that is given to the World Bank in the form of percentile distributions. The World Bank and the world never gets to see the original raw unit level data. In terms of the employment survey, China has had only 2 employment surveys in the last 25 years, 2000 and 2020. And I think just a few years ago, they also stopped publishing unemployment data. So we, at least on that dimension, are much, much better than China. Pursuing this data side, much has been made by researchers about, and this is something for Dr. Garg and for MOSPI to consider, about, what's the story with India? It has 88% informal employment, 88%. So a good friend of mine asked me this question, and I circulated the tabulations for informal employment according to ILO, that we are no different than most countries or all countries in South Asia. We are no different than all countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Even Vietnam has an informal employment ratio of something like 71%. And in India, 25% are salaried workers, which are considered informal. And another 20% or so, or the total taxpayers are something, salaried taxpayers, or all taxpayers are something like 35%. So, we need to do something about what the correct definition of informal employment is. Now, I'll just raise 3 issues because I have to leave, so I don't know if I'll get a chance. Or 3 questions for you. So I think, look, for us as a research community, it is very important that we ask the right questions, because now data is much improved. The onus is on us to ask the right questions from the data, unlaced by ideology or other preferences. I think Rukmini called it in her slides a polarization. So it should be independent of that. Now I'll give you 4 examples of how somehow you can reach very different answers than the conventional wisdom. First, a lot of quite senior economists have said that the reason the female labor force participation rate in India has gone up substantially is because a lot of them are family workers now, which they were not before, and self-employment. In terms of family workers, and the PLFS data has that complete detail and has had it since 1983, that the ratio of family workers to total workers has stayed approximately the same in the last 2 decades at around 17, 16, 18%. So there is no story there. Second, usual status versus weekly status. And this was a really genuine innovation by the NSS back in 1983, that they had 2 classifications of employment. And obviously, at least I belong to the tribe that thinks that the usual status is much more representative of employment than weekly status, which is part of when we are Viksit Bharat, we will have weekly status, which is very, very meaningful. But for developing countries, I think weekly status is actually, usual status is actually quite fine. What happens if you look at usual status in India of employment for 25 to 54-year-olds, female labor force participation rate? And this is a study that I did with Tito and another colleague. And the result is we are no different than the combination of all countries in East Asia and Latin America. So asking the right questions and then seeing why the data conforms to it or does not conform to it. Second one, or third one, if you look at, again, female labor force participation rate, and I'm giving this up to all of us to help examine, that Jammu and Kashmir, Tamil Nadu has always been exceptional, though Himachal Pradesh is also exceptional for female labor force participation rate, but Tamil Nadu has been particularly exceptional in many ways, including they now have efficient corruption, but that's another story, as opposed to inefficient corruption in the rest of the country. So if you look at the female labor force participation rate in Jammu and Kashmir from 2019 onwards, and compared to Tamil Nadu, they are actually higher than Tamil Nadu for the age group 25 to 54. And we need to ask, is that the right question to ask? Is that the right answer? Why is the data showing so much difference? And the last thing that I would like all of us to now continue to start doing, if we are not doing, and to continue doing, is that whenever you have any data, compare it to national accounts. And in India, and including the NSS for long, has been very suspicious of national accounts data. I think that was fine in 1950s, 60s, and 70s, but national accounts data have the advantage of law of large numbers, and I think can give you a much more representative answer than anything else.
Thank you, Dr. Vella. So we'll move right along and then we can come back to, if you have time, please. Yes. You have a presentation, no?
5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
So, in the interest of time, since many of you have to leave, I will jump straight in. But please understand, I'm thankful and grateful to NSS and Aditya for organizing this. So the theme was the future of relevance, and I wasn't even sure why this is a question because I used to take this relevance to be granted, but I did think about it, really. One thing is that I would have liked to know how much do these surveys actually cost? Is there an alternative use of money and time? And anyway, as you'll see, my answer is that the NSS may have to become more ambitious, but not always by doing all the surveys by itself. And I'll try and justify that. So I think of data as three kinds. There's the record-keeping data, which is the administrative data. And there's just the observational data. You put in place mechanisms to observe, whether through satellites, drones, people, whatever, okay, surveillance, all of these things are there. And there's survey data, which is basically, in my mind, survey data is data you get by asking people. And that includes parts of the census as well. It's okay. So, so to me, in my mind, record-keeping data is great for keeping track of supply of things like money, people, buildings, equipment, because this is what the government is interested in. And that's what they keep track of. And observational data does a mix of various things like geography, climate, outcomes, and so on. But survey data, in my mind, it does many things, but in my mind, the most important thing is that it measures user experience. You know, the actions of agents, their choices, experience with government programs, and so on. So the classic case is, of course, of that of education, where we have tons of administrative data on enrollments, availability of schools, facilities, number of teachers, so on and so forth. But when we actually comes to really assessment of outcomes in terms of learning, you need surveys. There's no other way of doing it. Administrative data is actually maybe technically feasible, but not reliable. So here is something just from unit level data here, because this is, I'm just giving you an example from what I'm currently working on. This is from the Situation Assessment Survey. Just directly looking at the proportions of income derived from agriculture and non-agriculture for different class sizes. So straight away, it tells you a story about the rural areas. I mean, this is something, this is the I find the most enlightening thing about survey data, that for people have known it, but with nationally represented data, you don't have to, this was the thing that earlier someone said, that you already, the fixed costs are undertaken, so nobody has to repeat it, that labor markets and non-farm employment are actually very important for small farmers. And similarly, from the same source, here is this thing about how returns per hectare differ across crops. So the horizontal size tells you the area, and you can see how much of our area is under really low return crops. Now, Surjit mentioned the informal economy. So this is looking at how the productivity in the non-farm economy relative to agriculture. So agriculture is normalized at 100. How does the productivity in the non-farm economy vary with the proportion of informal employment? So you take a sector of the non-farm economy, how does productivity vary with it? So here we are combining the NSS with productivity data from the claims database. Again, you get a story here about how about the relationship between informality and productivity. Now I'm going to give you an example of an absent data, which is where I think NSS comes in. We spend over 30,000 crores on a crop insurance program, the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Simple question is, to what extent do farmers gain from it? Now, we have an excellent data portal, actually. The PMFBI has an excellent data portal, which has a lot of detail on all the supply aspects. Crops insured, names of the insurance selling agency, number of farmers, purchase total premium payments, actually fair costs, the subsidies, claim payments, a lot of things. And even at a granular level, even at the village level, you have this data. Unfortunately, even such detailed data cannot answer this basic question. Are we getting returns from the 30,000 crores that we are pouring into the scheme? We don't know. The answer is we don't know. And we keep doing it. And we keep doing our tweaks without knowing the answer to that question. So the only way you can do it is that if you had actually a data collection exercise, maybe a sample of, let's say, 10,000 farmers across different agroclimatic zones, which tracks them for 3 to 5 years, which tracks their experience with weather shocks, which looks at what are the payoffs from insurance that they personally get. And that would not cost very much compared to the 30,000 crores that you're spending in the program. So here is something. So what can you do with existing data? Here is something that we have done with existing data. On the horizontal axis is the yield deviation. So if anything below 0 is a loss. On the vertical axis is how much are you getting from it? It is the claims to premium ratio. The thing is that if you look at it, while to the left of that horizontal line, left of 0, it's much greater, as it should be, because you're suffering losses, you must get more insurance payments. Even to the right, there's a lot of payments even happening there. It's not a sharply downward sloping curve, which is what insurance demands. That's because of there's something which is insurance known as basis risk. So this is not a good picture for PMFBI. This suggests that that it's actually not very efficient. But we cannot make it a very conclusive story without numbers from unit data. And that's essential for us. Even if you get this picture like this, how do we change it? How do you tweak it? How do we make those rupees work better? We can't do that without unit level data. So that's my point, that the NSS has to leverage the unique strengths of unit data and so while I stand along with all others in saluting what it has achieved and what it is doing now, but
I think it needs to, the one way in which it can contribute even further is to supply that user perspective, which is missing right now from the dashboards of various ministries and departments. It's completely missing. That's what the NSS can do. Well, that's what that's what MOSPI can do, and MOSPI must be an advocate for that. That your data sets, whatever you do, it's incomplete without you knowing how does it affect the users. And finally, there was something mentioned by previous speaker. I really think that since the national accounts, the NSS informal sector surveys are an input into it, that's a constant source of pain as to how it is so approximate, guess estimates, it's not being updated. I think that I don't know what your plans are for that regard, but really that we must make that much better. Even our state GDP estimates, really don't cut it. And what we need are district estimates, and we need city GDP estimates. This is what was talked earlier. I think that's really essential because urbanization is the biggest phenomena for us currently, and we have to understand its impact on productivity, output, and economic welfare. And urban sector reforms will lack a database unless we do that. Thanks.
Thanks. Can you switch that off? Can you close that? Yeah. Good evening, and thanks for staying on and staying awake. And again, big thanks to this effort, both of dissemination and discussion from MOSPI. And I think what I'm going to say, just a few remarks, follow very well on what Bharat just said. Because I come from ISI, and we're reminded every year on Statistics Day and other days too, that Professor Mahalanobis was very clear that data collection is for national development. And you mentioned the logo right in the beginning, data for development. And so what are the key national problems today? What is it that we need data for? And I think we've got one very good example from Bharat, which may not, in 1950, you may not have thought that, urban planning was such a big issue. So I think that's, I'll come to that in the end. Or maybe I'll start with that because I think that my battle, and I've been battling it for some time, is for gender disaggregated data. And I think that all countries have gender inequalities. We have many other kinds of inequalities. I'm not... but I think in terms of disaggregated, gender disaggregated data, we are quite behind, although we have that report, I know, Economics of Statistics on Men and Women, which comes out, but it's really based on what we already have. And in the national sample surveys, it's except for the workers and the individuals, there's not very much. And I just want to give one example here. The latest All India Debt and Investment Survey of 2018-19 asked a new question about financial inclusion, about for each individual in the family, it's a household survey, against each individual, whether they have a bank account or not. And the answer was quite remarkable that about, I don't remember, but it's between 95 to 98% of Indian men and women have bank accounts today. So that's very good news. But as soon as we get to the loan taken, we don't know about the men and women or in whose name the loan is. And I think this is very critical because women have been starved of credit. We know that. Women are being given microfinance. I don't want to talk about that. I can give a lecture on microfinance and its problems. But so this is an opportunity lost, and I believe there's going to be another round. So I hope that we can put this in, because this is something where when you're asking who you took the loan from, for what purpose, for how many months, asking in whose name is not going to add too much. I know researchers will come and keep saying we want more data, but this is something that can be easily done. And I think, so I would like to say that all researchers demand this, that we get more gender disaggregated data. The other point I want to make is, I think my perspective is somewhat unique among all the speakers today, in that I have been involved in primary data collection for not 25, my first survey was in 1985, 40 years. So for me, what Dr. Surjit Bhalla said is not, I work with good data, because that's data I have collected. And of course, we always had these debates, and I think NSS data is very important, but it has reduced sampling errors, and the non-sampling error is the issue. Whereas when I do a village study, the non-sampling errors are very low, because my team, we are 10, 20, we live for 1 month in the village. We're pretty sure about the quality of data, but obviously it's not representative. We have 5 lakh plus villages, as we know. As today, between people with, I think 20 years ago, there was economists and anthropologists, a book, but there's been nothing afterwards. We need to have this debate and not dismiss each other. The next point I want to make is, I think, and maybe I'll stop with that point for now, is that there's always a dilemma between new methods, new concepts, new approaches, and comparability over time. And I want to give the example of the HCES, the latest consumer expenditure rounds of this 22 and 23-4. So yes, consumption patterns have changed. We need new items in that questionnaire, obviously. We find that collecting data over I have done surveys, so I know 3, 4, 5 hours, those people are throwing you out of the house. So collecting it in 3 rounds makes sense. But here is why I'd like to say that, going back again to Mahalanobis and his idea of interpenetrating subsamples, if we had had a subsample with 1 visit, I think all your critics could have been stemmed, but now there are going to be criticisms. And I think that that is something that is very important. And, or maybe there've been pilots, maybe this has been tried, it's not in the public domain, in which case, please make it in the public domain so that we are confident of the new numbers. And yeah, so I think this, so in my view, as of now, the HCES 22, 23, 23, 24 are just not comparable with any of the other surveys earlier. Unfortunately, most of us in this room and our students say, yes, but having said that, now let me tell you the change. I find that really problematic. And anyway, that's this, I think, for young people and scholars in this room, if you say it's not comparable, then please don't compare over time. But let me come to the last point, which is the results from the HCES. And here, it's not the NSS, but I think some of us feel very bad that the government of India has no official poverty line. From the 50s, the whole world looked to Indian economists, Planning Commission, other researchers, government economists, or economists outside government to define poverty lines, and Indians have contributed to the methodology, the measurement worldwide. I think there's no doubt about it. But now we're sitting back and taking the poverty line made by the World Bank and saying that's our poverty. So we have someone from the PM Economic Advisory Council here, and I'd say, why don't we define our own poverty line? Second point is, unfortunately, poverty has not disappeared. Poverty is not 0. I'm sorry, it's not even 5%. So if we say, and I think many people agree, when consumption patterns change, to take an old poverty line and to just update it with a price index, whether it's implicit prices from the NSS or some other price index, is not accurate. We need to redefine the poverty line. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it's 25%, 26% poverty. I'll send you the paper.
Yeah, send me.
Yeah. So I wanted to make that point. You're okay? I expect an answer. Yeah. So let's get back to where we were. So you can't update a poverty line. It doesn't make much sense when, nobody had phones in 2011, or even the 2011 Tendulkar line is based on a 93, 94 poverty line, as we all know. So 3 young scholars, Sedur, Rudu, and Abhinav Surya, have written a paper which is published in the Review of Agrarian Studies, Poverty in India, the Rangarajan Method in the 22-23 Household Consumption Survey. And this is available online. This is a journal of which I'm one of the editors. And what have they done? They've taken, because they don't have an official poverty line. So they've taken the Rangarajan poverty line, which was Rangarajan Commission was not officially accepted because there was a change in government. But after the Tendulkar poverty line, the Rangarajan committee was formed. And Professor Rangarajan and Mahendra Dev were the co-chairs or the chairs, and they come up with the poverty line. Essentially, they had a minimum food expenditure, and they also added a small minimum non-food expenditure. So they have taken that line and recomputed it for 22-23. That is, they've taken the 22-23 HCA's data and found the nutrition norms and redefined the poverty line. It's not an updated poverty line. And what do they find with this poverty line? They find that, let me give you the answer, which I gave in a rush to Dr. Surjit Balla. Where is this number now? Yeah. It is, no. Okay, back to 26.4%. It's 27 in urban areas, and it's 27 in rural areas, 23 or 24 in urban areas, and the average is 26%. I think we have to think about Viksit Bharat quite seriously. I want Viksit Bharat too, but we want to do something about it. That's not going to come just by the passage of time. And I think that this kind of debate and discussion, that this paper is completely ignored by official sources. Why don't you debate and discuss? I'm so glad Dr. Surjit Balla is going to give me a response. I mean, I know these 3 young people, and I will, they can reply for themselves. I don't have to reply. But I think that this tradition in India is not just of unit data being available, but of having discussion and debate. I think that was also mentioned by one of the speakers based on this unit data. I mean, I'm stepping off now. And it's very sad if that is lost. I come from Kolkata, and if Adda is gone, then I think everything is, life is not the same. So in that spirit, again, welcome this opportunity for us to discuss and debate what is clearly very, very important source of data for all of us in India. Thank you.
Okay, so I made some points while I was not very clear what I can talk, because honestly, I'm not a very big consumer of NSS data. Now, whatever I'm going to talk is whatever use I have done on NSS data, as well as the policy making, and when I was a member of National Statistics Commission. So from that angle, I think the fundamental problem happened with any organization in India is that they are going through a transition phase. They are all built when India was very poor, and they have done an exceptional job back then. India moved, and they haven't moved along. So, for example, NSS data, state level, great. Does India need a state level data today? No, because the population within the state is exponentially rising. Heterogeneity is exceptionally high. So when I look at those data, I really need this data at the pin code level. I do not need it at the state level. It doesn't help me at all, right? So the other day we had a discussion in the PMAC, and we wanted to push the administration to make district collector to be more forthcoming. That's kind of the China model. But then the district doesn't have much data points. District doesn't have a GDP, district doesn't have a CPI, right? So what the district collector is going to do? So
I guess this is one thing that, relevance of the data comes from two things. One, have I changed with the economy changing? Second is, am I asking relevant question? My questionnaire need to change. And this is something I pushed a lot when we were at NSC member. Some has been done, but obviously it's a process. So, for example, our consumption has changed drastically. Are we changing the questions accordingly? It's changing drastically means it's changing every 6 months. New product coming, the middle class expanding, more people coming from the lower middle class to, to higher, their aspiration changing. And so as their aspiration changing, their buying pattern changing, enormous amount of freebies are there. So how we have done the questions is need to be looked at. Now, economists will always look at the data. They will blame each other. That's a healthy thing. That's not a problem because, it's not the fault of the NSS because they are the data provider. It's the onus is on us to go and interpret the data the way we can. So first thing is that for whom I'm going to make this data available? Is it for the policymaker, for the academics? The demand is different. Now, at least I feel for the policymaker, the unit has to be really, really local to look at the local economy. Local economy is where India is pushing more of the things, and NSS has to look at those things. I mean, as an example, I can say I was writing a paper and what I really needed is a district level CPI. I emailed Saurabh Garg, almost immediately he replied, we are going to look at it. After 2 days, I get back by saying, we don't calculate that, right? So the question is that why this didn't come to NSS mind that we need to go beyond state. State as a unit doesn't hold much promise at this moment. Enormous amount of heterogeneity, even in Karnataka. Bangalore is an extremely, extremely rich state. Per capita income is the highest in the country. But if you just get out of Bangalore or even in Bangalore, there is a spatial variation. We need to capture that. The third thing is the triangulation of data. When NSS was the king, and I believe it's still the king, but when we wanted to believe and that is the only source, we couldn't do much. But now there is an enormous amount of alternate sources of data, which helps us as economists to look at, as well as it should be used by NSS. As an example, if I want to do consumption survey, have I looked at the UPI transaction data? What kind of people from which region is buying what kind of things? That's an easy data to get from NPCI. Before even you start survey, you need to look at that data to figure out, am I missing any particular kind of question? If you do income survey, you have to figure out, we always talk about formal, informal. There is a new breed coming up, it's a mix of formal and informal. I'm formal in the day, I'm informal in the night. You look at Bangalore particularly, there's plenty of people who are in a formal employment in the daytime. In the evening, the cost of living so high, they're an Uber driver. There's no doubt of this. NSS is taking care of that, right? So there is one thing where you kind of start the survey and you have to know this thing. Second, when you are done with the survey, you have to really, before you release, you have to look at this. So there was a lot of debate when we were at the NSC member, I'm pretty sure before that, after me also it happened, that instead of doing the entire thing, we should do in a staged manner, because things are changing so fast, maybe we miss few things. So this triangulation of data, unit level data, unit to what? Satellite data nowadays is available so easily. And such a granular level, I can map the entire village border by border using satellite data. Banks like, you would imagine banks like Bank of India, which is a PSB bank. They use their agri credit lending, they use satellite data in their underwriting model. How can we triangulate this? Now, this is the problem where I think NSS has to go for the policy making. Academics, we have their own selfish interests, so let's not go there. We always want data. I remember when we were NSC member, there is one particular, I'll not go much detail, but there's one particular question which we know that it should not be asked anymore, but it is getting asked. And later on, you figure out there's one economist or a lobby of economists who really wanted this to happen because otherwise his or her time series won't run. There is a break if you take out the question. So, I mean, we're the culprit of our own thing as academician. But as a policy, I think the way NSS can do this is what US has done long back. You need to have a dedicated research body out of this entire day-to-day survey thing, right? Like if you look at Bureau of Labor Statistics, they have very good research cell. If you look at US Fed, which is kind of counterpart for RBI, they have very good research cell. They actually does this research of the primary data. They look at these loopholes, they come up with new things, and they propose. So NSS somehow, or MOSPI maybe if they can do, I don't know the structure, how it works, they need to have dedicated research body. And by research, I don't mean newspaper article. Nobody gives a damn to that in terms of making policy, okay? You really need to do very well thought out methodological research, think about it, discuss among yourselves, and come up with ideas and tell NSS or MOSPI what's going on, where we need to change. And there people like us can also come in and help. Unless we have this kind of one cell, which the NSS is doing, NSS is actually putting a lot of money. I know some of these people who work there, they're putting an enormous amount of effort. So it's the structural issue, the thinking issue, which need to be changed, right? So we need to have this dedicated research cell, not outside. Don't expect academics will come and help you. Academics are very selfish community. Don't expect that. You have to have your own research unit who really thinks carefully what we are going to deliver, what we need to deliver, and connect to these people within the organization that, you know, we need to triangulate this data. Before we do the survey, maybe let's talk to National Payment Corporation of India, try to figure out where is the consumption curve going? What are the things people are buying? Am I asking that question? Am I missing out? What is the unit of survey should be, right? So I guess this is where I think NSS needs to go. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Like CMI, why CMI exists? Despite NSS being such an, NSS data quality is way better. CMI has enormous amount of measurement error. But still, if you talk to the academicians, policymakers, they use CMI a lot. Why? Because somewhere this gap is not getting filled up. So I guess we need to, you know, wake up to that. I'll stop here.
Thank you all. So we've lost in the meanwhile Professor Bhalla. So if you were hoping for a poverty fight, I guess you have to wait another day. But that will probably help us stay on theme of data. So let me maybe pose a question to each of you based on your remarks. I'll make just a couple of points before I do that based on some of the things that you guys have said. On the last point on academic and their selfishness, I should say that, you know, as an economist, I look at academics also as operating in incentive structures. So the problem is that the incentive structures of academia are such that people don't have the time to do the kinds of things that Professor Ghosh rightly says they should do, right, which is about top 5 publications and so on. But I'm happy to inform that there are institutions like ours where our incentives are different, and we would be quite happy to help to the extent. That doesn't substitute, the main point is very well taken, which is in-house research expertise, I think is really, really important. So that was partly a joke, but definitely we are willing to help. And that I really want to underline that point, because the triangulation that Professor Ghosh was talking about, now we really can do a lot with it. Right? So in the last few years, whether it's UPI, whether it's registration of vehicles data, toll booth data, of course improved satellite imagery and so forth, etc. And IIHS and institutions in Bangalore, other places have also done interesting work using satellite built-up structures and so forth to do much more granular work on living standards. And the point is very well taken that the heterogeneity is so enormous that without getting to that level, we are really missing a lot of India's story. right? And policymaking is badly affected by that. So I definitely second that, and I hope that more in-house expertise can be built, and I think you will find researchers willing to help. Academic researchers willing to help will come. So having said all that, let me turn to some questions. So Professor Ramaswamy, I think one interesting point you made was on this, what is survey data for, right? And definitely people's experience of whether it's policy or and so on seems bang on. But are you then also saying that it is not for things like outcome variables that we traditionally measure? So things like consumption and income are not about their experience, and they have quite a lot of measurement problems for that reason, right? So where does that lie then? Those kinds of outcomes that we care about, do we move slowly to non-survey methods on that? Do we triangulate, or what do we do?
Yeah. I think what NSS, those are meant to give a snapshot of poverty, employment, and so on and so forth. And there's no reason not to do it. I mean, of course, we need it. So my point was not to that's not required. But I do feel that in terms of answering the question of this session, which I thought you'd want to answer, I think in terms of going forward, I see this as a very important element. Is why administrative data, satellite data, none of that will replace can tell you about what the user experience is. Let me also go beyond my remit a little bit and talk about triangulation, which you talked about. I don't know whether here, also with respect to what Pulak said, I don't know whether NSS should be the one doing triangulation. I think that there is we definitely need triangulation, and there are NSS's core advantage. It's what they are specializing in is in a certain kind of data, and there is a lot of work to be done there. I think the triangulation is done by a lot of different agencies, researchers, and they can, for a particular problem, they can collaborate with an institution which has that expertise in reading satellite images or doing this or that. And so I think there can be many models of it, but I think NSS is so precious for what they do and for doing more such work. So I do hope that they will see this triangulation as a way in which they can enlarge their partnerships.
Right. I mean, maybe the different institutional methods, maybe PMEAC, maybe there are so many institutions we have where this could be also done. I also did want to say on the point of other thing that Professor Ghosh mentioned on NSSO and change, whatever little I have seen from a very side seat, obviously, not in the thick of it, there's a lot of appetite for thinking about new things, actually, right? So new frames, new things to survey. There's no dearth, as far as I can see, of energy within NSSO that actually does this people really care about getting frames right, thinking of new variables to measure and so forth. Perhaps what we are discussing here is acknowledging the expertise and the dedication of NSSO within the survey space. How do we bring in the other data that is available in an effective way? Who does it? What is the institutional mechanism within the government of India or states, stakeholders, where this can be effectively done? Where NSSO, as you said, remains faithful to its core mission. Maybe that's sort of a response. Professor Swaminathan, to you. So maybe staying in that poverty space, so not going too much into the number itself. What is you've been doing this for a long time from the primary field up level as well. I feel like it can't be denied that there have been huge changes. For example, since 2011-12, if you take the last survey round, the consumption round, there have been huge changes in the Indian economy. Would you say that, for example, what that paper does in terms of changing the poverty basket and line and so forth, is that what is needed to be done? Do we need a different approach to thinking about poverty? Can it remain purely consumption survey based, knowing all the things that we do about surveys? I, for one, You see, looking at the national accounts and NSSO divergence over time, always felt uneasy that there is something in need of explanation. Right? No matter how much we think that national income accounting has its own problems, the entire divergence between the two, it seems unfair to me to put it on NAS. Surely NSS, the survey also has something to do with it. So given those divergences and so on, do we think differently about poverty measurement?
Thank you, Amit. I think the first very important thing is that most countries of the world, and for a long time, and developing countries, and our neighboring countries also, have been doing income surveys. So ideally, you need income. I mean, the very fact that we're looking at consumption expenditure, we got stuck in that. And so I'm very happy to know that there will be an income survey next year. And I believe the pilot, I did not know, I will go and look it up, but tonight or tomorrow, results of the pilot are there. Because, but income is even more difficult to measure than expenditure. And I guess that is why I think there was a pilot income survey in the 70s or something, if I remember, from Pranab Sen. And there were so many errors because income for most Indians is a derived variable. What it means is that you can't ask somebody, what is your income? You can ask, what school are you in, or you can ask what class have you passed, or how many cows do you have? These are all you can get answers to. But income, because you have to ask all the sources of income, from crop income to, as you said, small farmers doing so much labor now, labor income, remittance income, livestock income, etc. So I think that is where we have to go. So I'm very happy that income is being looked at, because even the consumption expenditure, I'm not talking about decline. There could have been a decline, and there have been enormous changes in rural areas. I'm not for one whoever says that there's been no change. But since we do have the poverty line does serve certain purpose and is also used internationally, it's very important to have some consistency in that and measure that. But what Indian poverty line based on consumption expenditure doesn't tell you is that you may have the money to spend something, but you may have borrowed for it, because debt is not there as part of consumption expenditure. So people are borrowing heavily in debt and spending enough. They're above the poverty lines in terms of expenditure. So I think we have to think of many different ways. But I also want to say here that the multi-dimensional poverty index is not the best way to go. And in fact, I would say that if you want to look at poverty in housing, let's look at housing indicators. We have surveys on housing. If you're looking at educational outcomes, let's look at that. Let's look at health. By making it into one dimension, that I'm somehow quite, income is a measure which is, in that sense, gives you the resources for whatever you want to do. But I think multidimensional poverty index has, gone a little too far in my view. So I don't know if that answers your question, but just some thoughts on.
Thank you. Thanks. Professor Ghosh, you've done a lot of work using various kinds of administrative data and other kinds of big data. And as you said, rather than NSSO, that is what your main thing is. So I wanted to actually push you a little bit on that and say, what would you say are the still relevant domains in which actually such door-to-door surveys, whether they are household surveys or firm enterprise surveys, where do they matter? Where do they really add value to our understanding of the economy?
Okay, so when I was not saying NSS survey is replaceable. Okay, so what I'm saying is that there are better ways of probably framing it. Okay, now NSS, so any survey has issues, tons of issues, but because it has been getting done over time, like for centuries, we have got used with that issues. We don't ask questions. If you look alternate sources of data, it's going to the same phase. It also has a lot of issues. We are very habituated with survey data, so we are asking questions with good. And over time, I think we'll start settling with that. So the question is not what is relevant. What NSS is doing is definitely relevant. The question is the questionnaire relevant? Can we frame it better? Right? So that's like what like for example, if I do, let's on the consumption, it is true that NSS should not be in the triangulation, but it is also true NSS spending an enormous amount of money in that survey. And if I don't know beforehand what is going on the ground, then I'm going to get an answer which is not going to be relevant to me after 2 years, right? So there has to be a marriage of alternate sources of data with survey data. It's not just whether it's a survey or administrative data. They have to coexist, and we have to learn how to derive from these two, how these two help each other. That is what I was trying to say.
And I know there are a lot of students also here, still young researchers. So I would say this is actually something that is really, doesn't sound very exciting perhaps as a research area, but it's really essential to build our understanding of, all data sets, right? And there are many interesting research projects, I think, waiting to be done now that there's so much more annual data that is available from NSSO on bringing it together with the kinds of high frequency and admin entry data that Professor Bughosh and others have worked with to really build an understanding, where do the correlations exist, where do these data sets agree, where they're saying different things. I think there are many interesting research projects here. We do have 15 minutes, so I'd like to take questions. We don't have 15 minutes? Oh, okay. There's a burning question.
My question is about alternative data. Now, a lot of question now, Professor Ghosh is rightly said that we have need triangulations. NSS, whatever we are doing, traditionally doing, now doing, we are releasing in the public domain. And regarding triangulation, we are trying for income survey. We have tried from RBI, we have tried for SEBI, and we got some response. But like you are saying, the NPCI data, GST data, point is that why not this data we as a MOSPI ask, and there are a lot of difficulties to getting, still we are not getting. Why not government, he is in PM Economic Council, make a policy and this data should be anonymized and make it in public domain as a data repository so everybody can access it and do it.
I have to answer this. So this is a good thing, and we are pushing for that. But the problem is the use I'm telling for you has to be at the individual level. That cannot be public. That you have to work with the department to make it that triangulation.
That means then is a policy decision has to be taken from the highest quarter. Yeah. And then this SOP has to be determined. In that SOP, so MOSPI will be a...
so far, I know you guys are getting the GST data now.
But not as our desire. Like you, we want say service sector export data. Okay. So you have we are not getting SAC-wise data, SAC code-wise data. So that is not available.
I know your appetite is more.
How will we do it?
About 1 hour, 2 years back, you made the GST we need, and we made a policy. That time I was in that committee. So GST has moved. Even RBI had hard time to get MCA data. It took them 6 years to get hold of MCA data, right? So it is there, but it is getting there. These are all the issues. Okay? It is all the issues. It's the different departments needs to talk to each other. Another biggest problem of India is the taxonomy of the data. Okay, every department for the same variable has a different taxonomy. I cannot match anything. Practically, I cannot match it. Every department has their own identification. MC uses a different ID. GST uses a different ID. SEBI uses a different ID. A match karke dikhao. So these are like fundamental issue, which needs to be solved, but that doesn't mean that there is no problem.
On that, actually, MOSPI has already initiated. Our statistical advisor has been advised to each ministry to create an unique identifier which is portable. And we have a set of unique identifier already we received. That our vertical head has not joined here. That is for administrative survey division is the ASPD. Mr. Shukla. So they have already some response got it. So we are working on this. It is not that MOSPI is not working. That is not the job of NSS.
I don't think I have said MOSPI is not working.
We are working on that.
I know. So it's in our school also. When we say we have to teach new course, हम लोग को हिलाना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है. Okay, so that's given. But it's not that we are not working or you are not working. The point is we have to do better. The country is changing and it's a fact. We have to do better. We just cannot say we are working. It's more than that.
Thank you. Shall we end or do we have time for a question or two? Yeah? Okay, so we have to take a break. Please catch people if you have any questions. Thank you.
I thank the panelists for their valuable insights, and I invite Professor Gopal Nayak to felicitate our panelists and moderator. Yep. Yeah, once they're done. Okay, I invite Mr. M.S. Subramanya Rao, Deputy DG from MOSPI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's near 5 o'clock. I will not take much time, but this is the time to express our gratitude to the institute and the people who have worked to make this event a successful one. This symposium was an initiative taken by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation as a part of to celebrate 75 years of NSS. Throughout the year, we have been conducting programs at the various institutes, and it's creating a outreach initiative taken by us to understand the various issues and to hear to them. And this is one of such initiative. And when we initially we wrote to all the institutes in around throughout India, and we also wrote to few institutes in Bangalore like ISEC, IIM, ISC Bangalore, and including Azim Premji University and IIMB. But somehow we could not materialize anything. Then we thought that let us together, all these 4 institutes come together and do one full day the symposium on the entire NSS survey, and this how we this event culminated today in that event. And I thank all the representatives from the institutes, and a special thanks to Professor Aditya for he has done a wonderful job. A big round of applause for him. He has meticulously planned this event and also identified each of the panelists with great attention and their background. What are the various aspects that should be covered in this, and he has done a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Let me thank the dignitaries in the inaugural session and also the various panelists. They have given a lot of suggestions, and we have noted that, and we will try to give attention and also take into consideration
while conducting the future surveys. In fact, we have taken very initiatives where in all our technical advisory groups, there are people from the industry and academia where they are contributing to our survey. So in that way, we are taking the feedback from the industry and academia. In fact, nowadays, before starting any survey, we are publishing our questionnaire on the website so that we can get the feedback from the whoever wants to give the feedback. Like all our new surveys, we are publishing the questionnaire. So these are some new initiatives have been taken, and there are few new suggestions, and we will definitely take into consideration. I would thank I thank all the team from the IIM Bangalore for providing this world-class facility, and also the way they have hosted us, and really great. And also the institutions, collaborating institutions like ISEC, Azim Premji University, and ISC Bangalore. A big round of applause for them. And also the team from the regional office, Bangalore, and also zonal office, and also my own team from the CQCD. They have done a wonderful job. They have been doing this for last 1.5 months tirelessly. They have planned, and we could do this. I hope we had a very engaging and insightful discussion today. A big round of applause for the participants, students, researchers for making this event a really thought-provoking, and thank you all. A big round of thank you, the media and or the logistics provided. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I also wanted to quickly thank MS Rao sir. A big round of applause for him, because he is the one who anchored the whole event. The number of times I called him the last one or 2 months, I think I've called him at least 10 times. He's always been calm, patient. He's always said that never said it's impossible. He said it's possible, we'll do it. I think I found a very good friend in Mr. Rao. I hope that this kind of engagement with institutes in Bangalore continues. We thank MOSPI again for coming all the way from Delhi, Kolkata, and different parts of India. Thank you very much. There is coffee, again, high tea waiting outside. So we'll do some more networking. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.